क्योंकि अभी वेट कीजिए थोड़ा सा, अभी सारे रिजल्ट नहीं निकल के आए हैं, एक एक सीट निकल के आ रही है। पहले हमारा भी पीछे चल रहा था, लेकिन हम भी लीड में आए हैं, तो अभी रिजल्ट चल रहे हैं, अभी क्लियर नहीं हुआ। जब सर्टिफिकेट हाथ में आएगा तो कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी।
Indians are celebrating the equity rally, but in this noise, people aren't noticing that there is a continuing bond rally. A bond rally means government and companies are borrowing at far cheaper rates. Today, I have with me two experts, Suyash Chaudhary from Bandhan AMC, who is arguing that government is going to borrow cheaper and cheaper structurally. There is a bond rally. And Piyush Gupta from CRISIL, who says that India Inc., that is corporate India, has also been borrowing much more cheaply than 2 or 5 years ago. Both are saying government and companies will continue to borrow even more cheaply. That is, the bond rally is set to continue. Now, why? That's what we are discussing today. And let me welcome Suyash, and Piyush will be joining us in just a minute. Suyash, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. Well, make your case first. Why do you think the rally is set to continue? We understood you could make a case why it has rallied, but why is it set to continue?
So, Lata, for any asset class to expand valuation, there are two conditions that need to be met. One, a solid narrative that supports incremental capital allocation into that asset class. And second, unlocking of more pools of capital that can be allocated to that asset class. So both need to be met, because you can have a very strong narrative, but if the same amount of money goes into that asset class, then everyone would like to be invested, but additional demand is not coming. And second, if you don't have the narrative, then you won't be able to unlock fresh capital classes. For India fixed income, our argument is that both conditions are being met now. So if you look at the macro narrative, it is well discovered. So I needn't get too into detail, but quickly, not all of that is cyclical. There are structural elements to our current account deficit compression, owing to higher run rate on services trade surplus. There are longer term triggers for fiscal consolidation, including greater formalization. And there is an RBI who is now well regarded as a macro stability and financial market stability targeter. So that's the narrative which both markets understand and respect, which is equity and bonds. Now, for the additional pools of capital that probably are getting unlocked for the first time in a very long time for fixed income markets. Now, traditionally, retail savings into fixed income used to be intermediated by banks, which is, you put deposits in banks and banks will go out and make investments, including in SLR bonds. More and more over the last 4 or 5 years, this role is being taken up more meaningfully by pension and insurance companies, which means that local savers saving pools are now more and more allocated into long-term government bonds. And it's a very powerful effect that we are now seeing over the last 5 years, where long-term money's allocation to outstanding government bonds has increased by a full 5 percentage point. The other very large pool of capital that is in the process of getting unlocked for India fixed income is global institutional investors. Our argument there is you are just scratching the surface at the $18-19 billion or $20 billion that you have received so far. If you see India's outstanding FPI participation as proportion of total government bond outstanding, it is just a shade higher than 3%. You will find hardly any other market at a similar scale where it is so low. Just for context, Indonesia, if I recall correctly, is somewhere around 15%. Pre-pandemic, Indonesia used to be 38% owned by FPIs. Not arguing that we'll go to Indonesia levels, but at 3.5%, we are truly very low on FPI ownership, and it's bound to increase given that India is the 5th largest market GDP now, and a growing economy and a solid macro narrative. So bonds are fulfilling both these criteria of a solid macro narrative and incremental capital pools being unlocked. And we think that journey is, very long and will continue over the next 3-5 years at least.
Okay. But Suyash, I'll tell you, there is one counter argument, or maybe a couple of them. One that, how much will Indian bonds fall from here? The expectation is that the RBI will maximum cut bond yields, cut interest rates, to 6%. There are not too many people expecting 5.75 and 5.5. Now, if it's only going down to 6%, if overnight rate is going to be 6%, then you don't see a 10-year going below 6.5, isn't it?
So Lata, we are also in the phase of asset market discovery as far as bonds are concerned, and this is not just a rate cut cycle alone. So we respect the fact that RBI will cut modestly. Our own view is 5.75, but give or take, we are in the ballpark. However, the way valuation expansion will happen for bonds in our view is twofold. One is, as rates get cut, even though there may be minor steepening of the yield curve incrementally, it won't steepen very much because you don't want higher risk premium for investing for longer. In fact, that trade is actually working in reverse, where you want to lock in for higher maturities given the India macro story. So that's one. We don't think the curve will steepen much as yields fall. And second way, valuation expansion can happen is today India bonds offer the so-called real positive yields of roughly around 260, 270 basis point versus forward forecasted inflation. Let's say RBI is at 4.10 for next financial year, and long-term credibility of RBI the way it is, you won't expect inflation expectations from a market standpoint to be greater than 4.5. This real positive yield will also compress, but both are relatively slow moving and will happen over a period of time. So there could be a cyclical stop to the fall in bond yields.
So you're expecting what, 6% on repo?
Look, we don't have a number to that, but if 5.75 on repo rate gets achieved, then yes, 10-year bond could easily be in the early 6s, and we are still, reasonably, away from that. And bear in mind also that, market has still not made up its mind what kind of landing the West is going to have. That expectation turns on a dime. So we have gone from US, no landing to soft landing to hard landing back to no landing currently. And if, you eventually get a more than soft landing, then RBI will probably also cut to 5.5. So the way we look at the bond market is the current cyclical narrative also is for repo rate to fall to at least 6%. The structural narrative for asset discovery for bonds is powerful. And therefore, the investment decision is only one way for us, which is to be long bonds, especially long government bonds.
Okay. Got that, Suyash. Now let me turn to the corporate bond market. Piyush Gupta, welcome to the discussion. Well, what we didn't know is that corporate bond yields have been falling, and even people are buying a lower variety of bonds. That is, AA, AA minus. Can you take us through this rally in corporate bond market, which seems to have gone unnoticed?
Yeah, I think what has happened in the corporate bond market, one is the spreads have shrunk. If you go back 5 years, the spreads were in the range of 90 to 100 basis points. If we look at current spreads, it's in the range of 35 to 45 basis points. I'm talking about AAA corporate bond benchmark securities. Even in the lower rated paper, if we see, there is a similar trend we observe in terms of narrowing of spreads. There's also another trend that we are observing is in the segment which is rated A and below, there's a good amount of supply which has come in the recent period. This supply has been sort of lapped up by segments like alternate investment funds, where there is a significant growth in terms of commitments being raised over the last few years.
Okay, but Piyush, there is also another problem coming. I mean, it's an eye-opener what you have just told us, that there is also greater issuance and purchase of lower than AA rated paper. This comes as a complete surprise that there is the share of unrated paper has gone up to 15%, your paper says. That's definitely an eye-opener. But what may be a dampener is that debt mutual funds are not getting as much money. See, up until 2 years ago, debt mutual funds had the tax advantage. But after that, they're not much better than FD, bank FD. So do you think that corporate bonds can suffer because of that? Mutual funds were the biggest buyers of corporate bonds.
Yes, I think apart from mutual funds, of course, there are segments like pension and provident funds and insurance companies. Of course, the demand for corporate bond in that space is towards the longer end. And that's where typically there is a challenge as far as provident and pension funds are concerned. Mutual fund, we have seen decline in terms of flows, but the recent trend shows that there is some uptick with respect to flows coming into longer-term debt funds, especially in the last month that we saw. The expectation of rate cut, decline in yields can possibly spur some growth in the longer-term corporate bonds in the that. Of course, there is also there are a number of launches that are happening in the target maturity funds. It was something which had seen a bit of slowdown post the tax changes, but there is some uptick that we are seeing at least in that space also.
Oh, you're seeing some uptick. Suyash, a similar question to you. You would know even better since you are managing the CIO of a mutual fund. Do you see this as a major dampener that debt funds are not getting as much money, and so corporate bonds will not be purchased? How do you see the future trajectory of corporate bond yields, not just government yields?
So, Lata, first on debt funds, I agree with Piyush. There is some expansion of footprint that is now happening. So, year one after tax change, it was also volatile fixed income markets. And therefore, a lot of allocations were happening only to the very short end, which is overnight liquid at best money market funds. We are now beginning to see, more allocations also into short, medium duration products, as well as active duration, also long duration products. Although, like you observe, the quantum of flows would have been much better had the tax change not happened. Secondly, debt mutual funds themselves are innovating new products helped by incremental, leeway being given by the regulator on new asset classes and such forth. So basically, you have to solve for around 100-150 basis point loss on taxes, which you have new product categories to probably cater to. And third is, new and other investor classes are also emerging. So private credit in India is now coming up. FPIs, as they get more comfortable with the bond market, will also want to look at more high yielders. Some sense there is already some demand there, and therefore the rub off of the sovereign rally will of course happen on corporate bonds. Although we would expect corporate bond spreads to widen somewhat, but that won't come in the way of corporate cost of borrowing falling. So we expect sovereign bond yields to fall faster than corporate bond yields, but that doesn't mean corporate bond yields won't fall. It's just that spread would widen somewhat. So the discovery process for India assets is not just restricted to sovereign, although the bulk of the benefit will happen to sovereign. It could also percolate to other fixed income sub-asset classes.
So what is your expectation in terms of corporate bond yield? How much is it falling over the next 2-3 years, and by how much?
So the one challenge with the corporate bond curve is that it's inverted. Right, so the front end up to 2 years is higher than 5, 10, 15 years on account of the credit to deposit ratio challenge that banks have faced, which is leading to higher rates for deposits and therefore CDs as well. We expect over the next few months, as the CD ratio stabilizes and RBI wants to ensure transmission of its rate cuts, this issue will get solved and the corporate bond curve will become flat to steep. However, that limits to some extent the long corporate bond rally, because the first move will be the curve flattens and steepens and then a rally starts. So our sense is at the long end of the corporate bond curve, the spread would widen, but absolute yields will still fall by, whatever 25, 40 basis points over the next 1 year or so would be my guess.
Okay, well, we have to wind up on that note, out of time, but Piyush and Suyash, thank you very much. That's a very important trend that you are pointing out to even the equity investors, that there is a downswing in the cost of borrowing of India Inc. and of Government of India. That's a lot of positive. It could mean a rating upgrade. It could mean a structural fall in the cost of capital for Indian governments and corporates. We'll wrap up on that positive note on Bazaar. Chartbusters coming up.
We have never seen Jamshedji Tata, Dorab Tata. People say, people.
TCS ticks lower after profit and margin miss estimates in the second quarter. Brokerages Jefferies, HSBC, and JP Morgan remain bullish on the stock, while Nomura issues a neutral rating.
Oil exploration companies ONGC and HSE gain as crude oil prices gain overnight to nearly $80 per barrel.
Nifty Metal is the top gaining sector on hopes of an aggressive stimulus in China. Gains are led by Nalco, NMDC, and SAIL.
It's a double positive for Bandhan Bank. The stock surges after the bank gets RBI approval for the appointment of Patra Sengupta as the MD and CEO of the bank. The bank also receives claims of over 1,450 crore rupees for total dues of around 2,200 crore rupees from the NCGTC. The good news is there's unlikely to be further provisions post this settlement.
Cummins corrects in trade as Goldman Sachs downgrades the stock to a sell rating with a target price of 2,900 rupees a share, citing concerns over growth and margins.
Hello and welcome to Chartbusters. I'm Nigel. With me is Vivek today on a Friday. Vivek, well, it's as quiet as can be, right? The Nifty is more or less holding its ground. We are flattish. The good news is portfolios are feeling good because the Midcap index is doing better and the Nifty Bank is stabilizing. But yesterday it had a bit of a breakout day. So you'll want it to build on from here on. And the Nifty IT index, one would have said TCS numbers were disappointing. Parts of the commentary were disappointing as well. But the dip has got bought into. The tech index is in the green, telling you the kind of frame of mind that the street is in. You have the tech index that's sitting with a gain of around 0.3%, and maybe that bit of a whisper that we heard yesterday that the numbers could be disappointing, that helped pre-positioning, which in the end gives rise to some short covering.
Good morning, Nigel. You're absolutely right. In fact, despite the fact that quite a few EPS downgrades as far as TCS is concerned, the Nifty Tech Index actually managed to pull back. Yesterday, like you mentioned, the Bank Nifty did very well. In fact, names like Kotak Mahindra Bank were amongst the top gainers yesterday. The Bank Nifty seems to have cooled off a little bit, especially after yesterday's very strong rally. So it'll be important to see how that particular index does going forward. In terms of individual stocks and individual sectors, keep an eye out on the pharma space. Yesterday, you saw significant price correction as far as some of the pharma names were concerned. So look at names like Lupin, Cipla, Dr. Reddy. All of these stocks actually saw quite a bit of fall yesterday. Today, they seem to have come back quite strongly. There have been quite a few notes coming in terms of some clarification regarding the news flow yesterday.
Well, that's right. Let's focus on a couple of stocks then. We have Feroz who joins us to help us detail Anand Rathi Wealth numbers. Hi, Feroz. Good morning and good to see you as always. Feroz, the numbers look quite good. The guidance you've laid out, well, you've smacked it in the first half of the year itself. So you put out a revised guidance. Give us a few details. What were the primary as well as the secondary issuances of structured products in this quarter? And also, if you could tell us, have the spreads moved?
Yes, Nigel. Firstly, yes, we revised our guidance from 280 crores to 295 crores for PAT, and we have increased our guidance of the AUM number from 7,200. 72,000 is what we had said, but we are already at 75,000. So we have revised that AUM number to 80,000, and the revenue numbers have moved up from 910 to 980. That's our current guidance. Point one. Point two, I don't think we look at issuances on structured products so microscopically because these are all bottom-up numbers. If anyone is a shareholder, the way he has to look at it is these are portfolios created for 10,990 families. The culmination of the portfolio rebalancing and balancing activity results in whatever is my issuance. So we don't go what revenue I want to do and what structured product will I sell. I go bottom up because clients have earned money 20, 30, 40 years of hard-earned savings. So whatever is their return risk objective, that culminates to whatever is the allocation between the 3 products only which we do out of the 16 wealth management outfits can sell, which is debt mutual funds, equity mutual funds, and structured products. Now, if I have to give you some color in terms of the potential, ideally on April 1st, 2023, our structured product allocation as a percentage of the total assets was 29%. Now it has come down to 23, 24%, which implies that 5% realignment opportunity exists because of higher mark-to-market in the equity side. So 5% of 7,000 crores, 75,000 crores is the potential of structured product net sale over the next few months when we try and realign people's portfolio back to where it started from.
Feroz, thanks for that. So what you've essentially done at the end of H1 is that you've revised upwards your AUM guidance, your top line guidance, as well as PAT guidance. And we believe as far as the top line and PAT is concerned, you've already met close to 50% of your revised guidance that you have for the entire year. Now, number one, the main question here is net inflows, have actually gone and seen quite a bit of a dip on a sequential basis. Is this a one-off phenomenon according to you? And which asset class actually saw the dip? Is it on the back of the fact that there are actually a few open-ended schemes that were launched in the quarter gone by? Is it because of that? And how are inflows expected to pan out for the rest of FY25? What's the ground level feedback?
So firstly, the net, you're absolutely right. Sequentially, between the last quarter, same year, equity mutual funds have had a lesser net flow. See, what the problem is, since I'm not in the business of selling a product, I'm in this business of managing people's portfolios. What happens is, if I have to realign money from equity mutual funds, structured products to equity mutual funds, the flows could be larger there. So I'm not just a provider wherever there is be at the right time at the right place is not the strategy of Anand Rathi Wealth. So what's going to happen is, if I tomorrow reallocate money from structured product to equity mutual funds to structured products, which is what realigning the portfolio is all about. When markets give you a lot of return, you'll have to realign. So you might see an outflow from equity mutual fund into structured product. That doesn't imply that my clients have stopped buying equity mutual funds. It's a realignment. Point one. Point two, 5,700 crores. We had an aspiration 5 years back. Our total net flow was just 400 crores for the full year. We had this aspiration of getting to 1,000 crores per month, which we are almost close to. Unfortunately, we have not got to 6,000. 6,000 is what we had an internal target of. We got to 5,700. Some God's help, some markets help, the positive sentiment. But what I think your viewers should notice, which I'm sure will get unnoticed, is how does Anand Rathi Wealth Limited perform in the bad sentiment of the market? The worst quarter from a market standpoint after we've got listed 12 quarters back was the first quarter of FY23, where Nifty fell 10%. That quarter, sequentially, we grew 33% year on year.
Interesting. You made this point before as well, Feroz. So, it appears you're reassuring your investors out there that even in a bad market, you can continue to outperform. We get that. Give us a few details then. What's the blended yield in the past quarter? How do you see this number pan out going ahead?
See, now if you have 75,000 crores, if we are looking at 980, the yield is 1.2, 1.3 on the current assets. Yields are on weighted average assets, and AUM is measured as a picture and yield is measured as a movie. So 75,000 crore AUM is the 30th September number. So if you look at the yields which we make on the three products which we sell, for the last 12 years, we have not launched anything new. And the same boring things HNI buy, unlike the popular belief that HNI needs more interesting, innovative products, which is not the case. He needs a better Sharpe ratio. That's what we try to deliver. So coming back to your point, if you look at the yield, long-term yield, you will get 1.2, 1.3. What we make on our mutual fund model portfolio is 1.09% post GST. The yield of structured products calculated backwards at maturity is 1.17 for the 3,000 odd structured products which we have done, and out of which 1,500 have matured, which is one of the largest maturities of our sister company, which is Anand Rathi Global Finance. I don't think most of the NBFCs wouldn't have had that kind of maturities paid on time every single time.
Feroz, on the front foot today, smacking it out of the park. Feroz, I can feel the confidence in your tone as well. Since you spoke about the three categories, the breakup of your AUM, debt MF as a percentage of the total mix, that was 9%, it's come down to around 6%. How do you see this number panning out?
There are two parts to it. We generally don't like to take assets. We try and keep a very strong bouncer at the gate itself. We don't bring short-term assets at all. If a person has intergenerational wealth, which is what most ultra HNIs and HNIs have, if somebody's got 20 crores, in the next 20 years, if he grew at 15%, 14%, he can have 150 crores. So he's not going to be, or she's not going to be able to spend it. So the reason why our debt proportions are small is because we believe that if the money is intergenerational, debt is almost like poison to the portfolio because it will not beat inflation. And this whole market timing of interest rates coming down, we don't buy that theory because the long end of the yield curve has not gone up. So if RBI reduces interest rates, it doesn't imply that the long end of the yield curve will also come down because it's not gone up. So yesterday 6.89 is the 10-year paper and 6.56 is the 3-month paper. This is the flattest yield curve India has ever seen, at least after I've started working in 2004. So I don't think this whole argument that debt will make huge capital gains if interest rates are reduced by RBI, because RBI tinkers with the short end of the yield curve. And so we are not bullish on any opportunity on the debt side either. And anyways, for long-term monies, debt will not be able to beat, especially given the post-tax returns, will not be able to beat inflation. And anybody who's got monies for the next 3 generations should not be wasting time in debt.
Feroz, another question, and slightly more from a regulatory point of view, and we want your view on that. There have been significant clampdowns as far as F&O trading is concerned, and there have also been a reduction in the number of expiries that each exchange is allowed to have. Do you see any second derivative impact, number one, on your business, number two, any impact on the structured products, and what is the kind of feedback that you're getting in, from customers, especially given the fact that they will now face fewer products to trade in terms of expiries?
Yes, thank you for that question, but you've opened a little larger canvas. So let me try and explain that. Point one, I think that's the best thing regulator could have done. Because just go in weekly expiries in India started in February 19. That's close to 5 years plus. Just a year back, we had very few expiries. Now, it's because of the exchanges wanting expiries on every day, a person could have quit his job and had with the same 4 lakh margin could have done 1, 2, 3 Monday को एक काम है, उसको Friday तक काम है, and weekend he chills. So he was gambling with his hard-earned monies, and it could have become a full-time job because every day he had an expiry, and the same amount could have been used 5 times in the same week. So expiries converging or elimination is the greatest thing. Most retail participants or most even HNI participants don't even understand option Greeks, let alone Black-Scholes pricing model. They don't know what's delta, gamma, vega, theta, rho. The second order derivative of is also something which a treasury guy will know, which is Vera and Veta. These 7 items, without knowing this, if somebody is trading, he's only speculating, and and institutions have done 3-year courses. My colleague who has been at IIT Cambridge, who has done a derivative course and then sits on the terminal, he will definitely have an advantage over 99% of the retail traders. So as a parent, a regulator has to protect the interest, and I think this will be very good. From a structure product, collateral damage or collateral benefit, I think it will have a huge collateral benefit because futures volumes don't get impacted.
Thank you so much, Firoz. Out of time, for this short interview, we'll get you once again to discuss this particular development in detail. Let's now slip into a short break. After the break, we have Sandeep Ghosh, the MD and CEO of Birla Corp, to discuss the cement sector outlook. Stay tuned.
About them, they were very simple men of integrity. But in my life, I met him, this man of integrity, simplicity, care for others, compassionate, always care for others. I don't think in my experience, I met anyone like him. It's hard to get someone like him. May I only pray, may his soul rest in peace. He was a legend. There was an era. It was the end of an era for me.
बहुत ही संवेदनशील व्यक्तित्व थे। जीवन भर उन्होंने टाटा ग्रुप को तो बड़ा बनाया ही, टाटा ग्रुप को अंतरराष्ट्रीय पटल पर एक अलग ही पहचान बनाई, भारत की पहचान बनाई विश्व में, अपने ग्रुप को विश्व भर में बढ़ाकर। लेकिन साथ ही साथ उनके जो दानवीर चरित्र था, हर प्रकार से, हर किस्म से, हर अच्छे काम के लिए वो तत्पर रहते थे। कभी ऐसा कोई व्यक्ति नहीं होगा जिसने कोई उनसे अच्छे काम के लिए मदद मांगी हो और उन्होंने ना किया हो।
भारत का कोहिनूर रहा नहीं, हमसे बिछड़ गया है, ऐसा मैं कहूँगा। और रतन टाटा जी हमारे में नहीं रहे, ये बहुत ही वेदनादायी दुखद घटना है हमारे लिए, पूरे देश के लिए। पूरे देश का एक अभिमान था, हमारे महाराष्ट्र का भी अभिमान था। लाखों लोगों को उन्होंने उद्योजक बनाया। उनकी इंडस्ट्री बहुत पुरानी है और ऐसे टाटा कंपनी के वो सर्वे सर्वा थे। और आज मैं यही कहूँगा कि उनको देखकर लोगों में ऊर्जा आती थी, प्रेरणा आती थी। और वो
As promised, let's turn the spotlight on the cement sector. The first half of the year was a bit of a washout. The street is optimistic. The second half will be far better. To discuss this and more, we have Mr. Sandeep Ghosh, the MD and CEO of Birla Corp. Hi, Mr. Ghosh. Thanks a lot for joining in. Well, tell us, how are you reading the situation? The fear is that the first half of the year was a washout. Are you seeing signs of recovery now on the demand front? And what about pricing? Pricing is at the lowest we've seen in 3 to 4 years at various pockets of the country. Will price increases come about now? Are you seeing that sort of acceptance?
See, contrary to some of my, industry peers of very larger concerns, I am still, I would be very cautious in my projections for the second half. And, some of them, the kind of growth they're projecting for the annual, the whole year, if you were to see that, the kind of hockey stick effect you need to have in the second half, to me, seems very, very, bullish. But at the same time, if you were to ask me this question last week and today, I am personally, I think my optimism levels have risen slightly, and I'll explain that to you. And it is not so much for industry factors, but it is a larger socio-political, environment situations. Because this month, as far as demand goes, it is a festive month. You're right now into the midst of the Dussehra, when a lot of North India is affected. By the time you finish, you'll come into close to Diwali, and then today in November you'll have Chhat, which is today. It affects cement construction activities across the country, because you have construction workers from North India today traveling all over India, and they tend to go home. And so I would be, cautious about immediate organic demand growth just now. So that's my overall feel. See, whatever people talk about the market, until your organic demand picks up, any kind of wishful thinking on prices, etc., to me has to be taken with a load of salt. So you saw some amount of.
So Sandeep ji, if you could give us a few numbers, you're sounding far more realistic and far more cautious than most voices on the street. Maybe with good reason as well. You rather project when you have enough evidence on ground. But as per you, at current reckoning, what are the industry estimates for this year? What kind of a growth should we be looking at? And do you believe prices have bottomed out?
Prices may have bottomed out. That's correct. But in terms of how, I'll give you two scenarios: optimistic scenario and a cautious scenario, or conservative scenario, as I'm saying. If it's a conservative scenario, things I see the year ending between 5 to 7% industry growth. That is how I see it. The delta, instead of being over, if today, assuming your GDP growth is how people are projecting, even if that comes through, I don't see this time the delta being positive. Delta, there would be minus a percentage or 1.5% over the GDP growth. Therefore, between 5 to 7 is what I think is a reasonable estimate for the year's growth. But if what people are talking about, if in the second half you see I've heard terms like pent-up demand, if pent-up demand releases, but that pent-up demand can release only in the individual home builder segment. And that too in the rural economy, because, crops would be nice, a good set of crop, but you've had unseasonal rains. Even now you're having rains in many parts of the country. But given all that, if there are good crops, good returns, you could be having a growth there. But the biggest dampener so far is the government spending on development expenditure. Mind you, make a distinction between infrastructure and development. By development, I mean monies to be released in the rural sector, whether it is in developmental schemes of state governments or state government and central government combined. But central government releases the funds only if the state government puts in their part of it. And that's where I think has been the biggest bottleneck so far. So if those monies come forward, if people start releasing that, instead of diverting it to other welfare schemes, which are, pre-elections and the rest of it, then that traction you will see. Otherwise, you've seen today a shift towards institutional sales. That is the large infrastructure, because that is what has really kept the demand going so far. So overall, at the macro level in the industry,
Mr. Mr. Ghosh, we understand that, and that'll be an important shift if it does happen. A couple of key takeaways for us. Number one, you mentioned that pricing has probably made its bottom. You have a very moderate demand growth expectation of 5 to 7%. And now, what is positive for the industry is the fact that there are cost, tailwinds that are pushing in terms of petcoke prices, which have cooled off. So second half of the year, what is the kind of EBITDA per ton realization improvement you can see? And also in terms of your own incentives, have some of the incentives that you were expecting, has it come through from the government?
I am not going to talk about my company at all because we are in the silent period. And also, in terms of EBITDA improvement,
for the industry, given the fact that there has been moderation.
So moderation, you've had an EBITDA drop by all estimates, which I'm reading. People are expecting an EBITDA drop in the second quarter. I would, if that gets, if there is recovery from that, then one would look at the last quarter, Q4, optimistically, because that's traditionally a quarter where you have the demand surge, you have the pricing surge, which didn't happen last year for a variety of reasons, elections, etc. This year, if this quarter sort of normalized it, both in terms of you recover the losses in prices, which has happened over the last 3-4 months, as well as the EBITDA drop, which people are putting at an industrial level by what I'm seeing, the analyst estimates all across, they're talking about 150 rupee kind of drop has happened in Q2. If there is, that has made up with some increment of maybe another 50, 100 rupees, then you're there. But word of caution, one doesn't know how the Middle East is playing out. So what you were seeing in petcoke, etc., we'll have to hold our horses there.
Right, got it. All right, very quickly, are you interested in Heidelberg Cement?
we are too small people. Today is a situation when every morning you wake up, you keep hearing about some acquisition happening, but that's more of your market-led, I think. People, you find some companies' prices, share prices shooting up, and the next day, a new candidate, your favorite emerges. We are not into.
I would,
that's very,
Sandeep ji, appreciate your comment on that. That I think I'll take that as a negative. We're not interested in Heidelberg Cement, but I just want to assure you that we are in CNBC TV 18.
I'm not saying interested, disinterested. I'm not in a position to comment, but what I'm saying, I don't get excited personally by every morning there is some new rumor, a new headlines coming. That's today the order of the day in the markets.
Got that, Mr. Sandeep. But I'll tell you what, we are at CNBC TV 18. We only put out verified information. And I think, since you'll be tracking the channel as well, rest assured, when we put out something, we're sure. Till then, in fact, we leave it to reports. Appreciate you joining in. All the best for the second half of the year. And we look forward to having a chat with you at the end of the quarterly results, because then you'll not be in silent period. For the time being, slip in a short break. Come back. We continue to focus on markets.
और हमारे भारत देश का अभिमान है, स्वाभिमान है। उन्हें हमारे सरकार ने उद्योग रत्न पुरस्कार, उनको कई पुरस्कार मिले, पद्मश्री, पद्म विभूषण, और जो भी पुरस्कार उन्हें मिले, उनको देने से उस पुरस्कार की ऊंचाई बढ़ गई। ऐसे उनका कर्तृत्व था। मैं उनको महाराष्ट्र सरकार की ओर से और महाराष्ट्र की तमाम 12.5 करोड़ जनता की ओर से भावभीनी श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ। उनका आदर्श लेकर आगे बढ़ना, उनके आदर्शों पे चलना, यही उनके लिए सच्ची श्रद्धांजलि साबित हो सकती है।
रतन टाटा जी ये एक बहुत ही सफल उद्योगपति तो थे ही, लेकिन उससे भी बड़े व्यक्ति के रूप में हम उनको देखते हैं, क्योंकि जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने देश के लिए और समाज के लिए काम किया है, उन्होंने केवल सफल उद्योग नहीं खड़े किए, एक विश्वासार्हता खड़ी की, एक ऐसा ब्रांड खड़ा किया जिसने हमारे देश को एक ग्लोबल इमेज दी, और उसके साथ साथ अपनी संपत्ति को टाटा ट्रस्ट में विलीन करते हुए उन्होंने इस विश्वस्त व्यवस्था से, ट्रस्ट से जिस प्रकार के फिलेंथ्रोपिक काम उन्होंने किए हैं, चाहे वो शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में हो, चिकित्सा के क्षेत्र में हो, रिसर्च के क्षेत्र में हो, बुनियादी क्षेत्र में हो, समाज और देश के उपयोगी जो कार्य उन्होंने टाटा ट्रस्ट के माध्यम से किए हैं, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि जितने महत्वपूर्ण उनके उद्योग है उतने महत्वपूर्ण ये कार्य भी है। इसीलिए एक बहुत बड़े मन का व्यक्ति आज हमारे बीच से चला गया है। देश के लिए ये बहुत बड़ा नुकसान है।
Welcome back to Chartbusters. As you can see on the top of your screen, it continues to remain a largely lackluster trading session. But the good part of the session is the fact that the broader end of the market, so it's the mid-cap and the small-cap index, that continues to remain in the green. So that's the good part of today's Chartbusters, that the broader end of the markets are doing quite well. But with that, it's a wrap on Chartbusters. Stay tuned. Trading Hour comes up next.
अब ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी का फ्यूचर भारत से जुड़ा हुआ है। भारत की ये आर्थिक प्रगति नए अवसरों को लेकर आ रही है। आज महाराष्ट्र को 10 मेडिकल कॉलेज की सौगात मिल रही है। नागपुर एयरपोर्ट के आधुनिकीकरण और विस्तार का काम, शिरडी एयरपोर्ट के लिए एक टर्मिनल बिल्डिंग का निर्माण, आज इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से जुड़े इन 2 अहम प्रोजेक्ट्स का शिलान्यास भी हुआ है। मैं इन सभी विकास कार्यों के लिए महाराष्ट्र के लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
ये हर उस लड़की की, हर उस महिला की लड़ाई है जो संघर्ष के रास्ते को हमेशा चलती है। आज संघर्ष की जीत हुई है, सच्चाई की जीत हुई है। और मैं चाहती हूँ कि हमारे लोगों ने जो प्यार प्रेम दिया है, जो इस देश ने मेरे को प्यार प्रेम दिया है, उसको मैं हमेशा बना के रखूं, उनके विश्वास को हमेशा बना के रखूं।
Good morning, hello and welcome. You're with us on Trading Hour. It is 11 a.m. I'm Surabhi Upadhyay. With me is Hormaz Fatakia. And what we have is a slightly quiet session. But let's see how quiet, because the problem is that while the Nifty and I think the Midcap index are along the flat line, watch for the banks. The Bank Nifty, and you can see the indices above us. The Bank Nifty is already down 0.5%. So that's the one to watch. Hormaz, hi.
Hi, Surabhi, and it's been a while, right? And the Nifty Bank, it's very difficult to comprehend an index like that, because from within 8 trading sessions, it moved from 51,000 to 54,500. And then in double quick time, it came back down to 50,000. It's back now at 51,000. The problem with the Nifty Bank is every time it has a good day, it never sees follow-up buying after that. It had a very good day yesterday. It was an outperformer, ended at that 51,500 mark, and yet again today. Now it went up to 51,550, did not sustain above those levels, and it's back down to 51,250. What's dragging? HDFC Bank and ICICI Bank, just a one-off yesterday for HDFC Bank. Kotak Mahindra Bank had a very good day, so that played a part in the Nifty Bank's outperformance yesterday. But yes, it's the Nifty Bank is the underperformer today. What is having a good day though are the metal names, and they are eyeing that Chinese stimulus tomorrow. Some big announcements that are likely to be announced by the Chinese finance minister tomorrow morning. So the metals index, in anticipation of that, are doing very well in today's trading session. But the broader markets too are very quiet.
Broad markets are very, very quiet. There are a few bright sparks here and there. For instance, Bandhan Bank, and you'll hear more about this as we go along, where there's a change of guard. Plus, it seems that some of the regulatory issues that surrounding it have been now put to rest. So that stock on 10%. It's a big rocket, that one. There are other names. Look at 361. So there's some buying over here, 4% higher. Triveni Turbine, 6% higher. Walk Hard, by the way, is having a good day as well. Almost 5% up on Walk Hard as well. So these are some bright sparks you're finding here and there. BSE would be another one to watch, because now it's finally official. The National Stock Exchange has decided that the one contract that it intends to keep in terms of weekly expiries, the one product is going to be the Nifty. So everything else, Bank Nifty, etc., all of those other products, weekly products, they will get phased out. And BSE, I mean, that's a large part of the BSE rally. It explains the BSE rally. The news is finally official now. But even then, I mean, it's no sell-on news for a change. BSE is managing to put on another 2%.
Almost 95% now for the year is BSE. It's had a stellar year, and 50% in just 1 month. It shows you the kind of moves that BSE has. In fact, BSE was an underperformer for a better part of the year. And the last 2 or 3 months, that stock has just had an absolutely stellar move from levels of just under 2,000 and now nearing record high levels of 4,500 as well is BSE. But one of the big movers that Surabhi just highlighted is Bandhan Bank, and that is at a 10% now, at almost 10% gain. The appointment of its new MD and CEO, brokerages are coming in with their views as well. Abhishek is joining in with all of that. Abhishek.
Well, the change of guard or new management in place for Bandhan Bank has spiked, the stock price by 10% and got the investor interest as well. So RBI has approved Mr. Partha Sengupta as the new MD and CEO of Bandhan Bank, and he has to take the charge before 10th of November 2024 for a period of 3 years. So Bandhan Bank has also received claims that they had raised to National Credit Guarantee Trustee Company under CGFMU, that is Credit Guarantee Fund for Micro Units, as well as ECLGS, that is Extended Credit Loss Guarantee Scheme. In totality, Bandhan Bank has received about 1,460 crores from the dues that they have of about 2,213 crores. So about 65-66% of these claims is what they have made a recovery or received money. In terms of brokerages, they remain upbeat on Bandhan Bank. CLSA has an outperformance rating with a target price of 240 per share. They say that the key overhangs are gone with respect to CGFMU audit being complete and new MD and CEO that has been announced by the bank. So with these two key overhangs now behind, focus will be on the fundamentals of the bank. However, in the near term, delinquencies outlook for MFI is benign. Believe that this is already in the estimates of many analysts and in the stock price as well. We also have Jefferies, who have written on Bandhan Bank. They have a buy rating with a target price of 240 per share. They say that RBI has appointed Partha Sengupta as the MD and CEO for a period of 3 years. This should be taken positive, by the street, given the fact that he was earlier Deputy MD and Chief Credit Officer at SBI, as well as MD and CEO at IOB, that is Indian Overseas Bank. So he has also worked in West Bengal, which is a key area of operation for Bandhan Bank as well. So with past stresses clear, valuations look very attractive at price to adjusted adjusted book value of just 1.1 time FY26. They believe that they remain buyer for the stock. Back to you.
Okay, all right, got it. So multiple positives coming through for Bandhan Bank, and they've received a pretty tidy sum of money, 1,460 crores, as Abhishek explained, and that sort of tells us why the stock is so excited today. Thank you for that, Abhishek. Let's move on. The next stock on the radar is Cummins. Now, this stock is under pressure. There is a note coming through from Goldman Sachs. Let's find out what Goldman is saying, because the street is not too happy. 5% down right now on the stock. Vamakshi, tell us more.
Well, it's thumbs down from Goldman Sachs on Cummins. They see three concerns on the horizon. The first one being with respect to the transition to the new stricter norms. Now, CBCP4 transition has made diesel gensets nearly 15 to 25% more expensive. Competitors too are introducing more SKUs in the high kVA gensets, and therefore they believe that the incremental market share gains could only come at the cost of profitability. The second concern is around the availability of lower cost alternatives. They say that they expect BESS, that is battery energy storage systems, and other alternatives to reduce overall demand for diesel gensets in medium to long term as the battery cost continues to decline. And the third is concerns around the growth rate in exports. They say that weak macro environment and stringent emission norms could keep export growth rates lower than the previous upcycle. So these are the three concerns that Goldman Sachs has highlighted, but they've gone ahead and downgraded their rating on this counter. They highlight that near-term margins could come under pressure and the medium-term growth is moderating in their opinion. They do highlight that the thesis may take 1 to 2 quarters to play out entirely as pricing discovery in the new engines takes place and genset demand kicks in after pre-buying up till July 2024. So given those factors, Goldman Sachs not really happy with Cummins. They've downgraded their rating to sell, target price of 2,900 per share.
That's a significant downside from current levels. Vamakshi, thanks a lot for that. 5% lower on Cummins India, near the lowest point of the day. By the way, pull up the rupee, and that is heading for a new all-time low now, nearing those levels of 84 against the US dollar. 83.995 was the day's low for the rupee, and that, I guess, explains the slight bit of up move that you're seeing in the IT stocks, despite the disappointment from TCS in yesterday's earnings that it reported. So the rupee, keep an eye out on that now, nearing a new all-time low at 84 against the dollar. But time for a short break. Up next, we discuss what's happening in the commodity space. Manisha Gupta joins us on the other side. Stay tuned.
क्योंकि अभी वेट कीजिए थोड़ा सा, अभी सारे रिजल्ट नहीं निकल के आए हैं, एक एक सीट निकल के आ रही है। पहले हमारा भी पीछे चल रहा था, लेकिन हम भी लीड में आए हैं, तो अभी रिजल्ट चल रहे हैं, अभी क्लियर नहीं हुआ। जब सर्टिफिकेट हाथ में आएगा तो कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी।
carefully.
Back with us here on Trading Hour. On to commodities now. Manisha Gupta is joining in, focusing on metals now. Manisha, good morning. They say उम्मीद पे दुनिया कायम है. I guess उम्मीद पे metals are कायम too on the China stimulus.
Oh, well, absolutely. That's quite poetic. But yes, the last 24 hours especially have seen a rebound come back. You know, we didn't start this week on a very positive note, and there was some profit taking after the previous 3 or 4 weeks of constant gains that we have seen in case of metal prices. But when you look at on a week-on-week basis, we still are headed for a weekly decline on this one. So when you look at the gold prices, after hitting an all-time high of 2680 and a low of 2600, we are holding at around 2660 at this point in time. So some rebound here. Silver prices also gained up by 2% in the overnight markets. Copper gained up by 1.5%. Aluminum was up 1%. Zinc 1.5% as well. So the markets seem to be really stabilizing after 3 days of decline onto this one. The one factor that is ensuring that the markets do not go out with short positions over this week is that we already have seen a China unveil a draft policy measure, and there is a China finance minister press briefing on Saturday where they would lay out a detail in sense of these policy measures on what it really means for infrastructure, for economy, and for property sector as well. So that really seems to be supporting the markets. But as I said, the last 24 hours have been great. But on the weekly basis, we still are headed for a negative one onto this one. So gold is down 1.5%, silver down 5% as well, and 3 to 3.5% of a decline is what we are working with copper, aluminum, and zinc. But as I said, going into this week, not too many people would want to hold short positions with expectations that China could be finally coming out with something very strong. Oh, yes, absolutely. It's China. And we have to completely prepare for all possibilities, right? The last one disappointed, but let's see if this is the real deal. Manisha, thank you very much for that. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll discuss market technicals. We'll have Mitesh Thakkar joining in with some trading ideas.
So definitely we need more investment in healthcare. And I keep saying that over and over again. The reason is that, we know the size of our population. The disease burden could be up to $3 trillion by 2035 if we don't do it now. So there is a huge urgency in building out infrastructure. Second, access through insurance, which is happening, but so much more that can be done. The third is to look at the quality of life, because while we have mental health on one side, you have aging people on the other side. So the quality of life is very important, not just life expectancy. And as we look at this, preventive healthcare will play a huge role in keeping people healthy. In 1970, people, life expectancy was at 58. Today it is at 68. In 25 years later, you can expect it to be 87. So we have a huge job ahead of us, keeping people healthy.
The aspiration that you have for the next 25 years as far as Apollo Hospitals is concerned, given the kind of opportunities that you see, not just in India, but to service the world. I mean, what should we expect from you, for instance?
I think a lot of innovation, and innovation is key. India invests 0.7% of GDP in research. But at Apollo, we're continuously investing in research. And what we've seen is that, we're able to deliver healthcare, great quality healthcare at 1/10 of the cost. We are now working with IIT to see that if we could do the same thing to medical manufacturing. to make sure that, tier 2 and tier 3 can have the type of equipment that is like life-saving and, gives you the right diagnosis. But most important, it's the networks of care that we're building, which is changing formats. We have big investments required in infrastructure, but we're looking at primary healthcare, secondary, tertiary, building networks of care and connecting it to the digital. And that gives access to a larger population. And once you're digital, you can take it across Southeast Asia. So my aspiration, and I think Apollo's aspiration, is to be relevant, at least in Southeast Asia where healthcare is concerned. We're already seeing patients from the West fly down to India because of shorter waiting times. So to be globally relevant, I think that we have everything that in our favor. And with the right amount of skilling and the use of AI, we should be able to really make sure that we do this at large scale.
So an expanded global footprint by when?
It's always changing, but like I said, with with digital, it's about the number of people. We're treating 200 million. Our goal is treat 400, 500 million people.
Carefully.
Welcome back. It's a quiet session so far, but we have to watch out for the bank Nifty, as we've been pointing out. Mitesh Thakur is with us for a quick technical check and some trading ideas as well. Mitesh, hi. Speaking to you a little later in the day today. What's the sense? I mean, the Nifty bank is right now, as we speak, it started collapsing. It's the big worry point. What's your reading?
Yeah. So I think, I've been maintaining that it will be a market which will see a lot of supply emerge at higher levels. And I think that is what is happening. I would still look for lower levels. The Nifty index per se could retest the lows of 24,750 and the Bank Nifty could get back to about 50,500. So the idea is that don't attempt longs because the market has come down and only stock-specific longs should be taken. And the financial pack does not inspire confidence to me. So for me, it's a weaker kind of a segment. It's also getting into an underperformance mode. So avoid the banking and the financial names.
Longs, Mitesh, but would you attempt shorts at these levels? Because considering the fall that you've already seen on the Nifty Bank from levels of 54,500 now to where they are, would you attempt shorts and couple that up with your stock recommendations as well?
So we have taken some short by the put options route, and that apart on the stock side, I have a sell on Grasim. That's turning negative. So keep a stop just above levels of 27.18 and targets of around 26.20. Maybe in the worst case scenario, even lower. 26.20 is where the stock made the recent low. So that's the first target. But I'm looking at levels below 2600 as well. So Grasim is on the negative side, while metals, I think, are the only shining spot in this week market. So Hindalco is a buy with the stop below 738 on targets of 760.
All right, Mitesh, thanks a lot for joining in with your views on the index and on specific stocks as well. Time for a short break. Up next, we discuss the way forward for the market with Anirudh Garg of Invest at PMS. Stay tuned, back on the other side.
Make informed decisions with comprehensive analysis on the go.
Strengthen your portfolio with real-time market updates on the go.
Create effective strategies with insightful expert opinions on the go.
Grow on the go with CNBC TV 18, now streaming live 24/7 on YouTube. How about listening to global market maestros before crafting your investment strategy? How about getting deep insights into their businesses from top Indian honchos before putting your money on the line? How about making every trading day profitable with strategies from the market masters, macro pundits, and chart wizards? Only one show gives you a head start to your trading day. Get ready to profit. Get ready for business with Bajar at these times on CNBC TV 18 and CNBCTV18.com. Quarter of a second.
Welcome back, and the market's continuing to show some signs of weakness now. The Nifty has now slipped below the 24,950 mark, and leading the fall is the banking names. The Nifty Bank now down 0.8%, nearing the lowest point of the day. Below that mark of 51,100 now is the Nifty Bank. The other sector that is seeing a lot of pain in today's session is the real estate space. That index is down 0.7%. The PSU Bank index is seeing a bit of a decline, as is autos. But the metals are holding on to gains, as are some pharma names.
No, absolutely. I'm looking at the slide coming through. So some of the big heavyweights like TCS, ICICI Bank, they are bearing the brunt because they're the weakest stocks on the index. So ICICI Bank is down 1.5%. TCS is down about 2.5%. Yeah, Pharma is the only little green, but look at the selling pressure on TCS. It is intensifying now. Beyond that, you have the likes of HDFC Bank. I'm just picking up the heavyweights, which are exerting so much pressure now on the Nifty. So there would be an HDFC Bank, which is weaker. Speaking of banks, even Axis Bank has taken a bit of a knock. So these are some of the big ones on the way down. The upside, literally, I mean, the only stocks that are really trying to fight for the bulls, like Pharma said, is Pharma and IT. So you're seeing some names like HCL Tech Mahindra, and of course, metals, of course. Tata Steel, JSW Steel, most of them are still retaining a little bit of their gain. Let's move on and get the conversation going with Anirudh Garg, who's partner and fund manager. Okay, I don't think we have Anirudh Garg just yet with us on the show. But in any case, a couple of the heavyweights like Lever and HUL, they are right now sitting absolutely at the flat line. So let's see which way this goes, because otherwise the weakness, courtesy the banks, is now beginning to really show up. So TCS, and the other part is, of course, banking, which is quite weak.
Pressure coming in from the banking names. Looks like it's going to be a weak close to the week. But we'll take a short break here on Trading Hour. Back with more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Trendsetters crafting innovative content formats. And award-winning business journalism. On air, online, on social media. As we embark upon 25 years of excellence, we invite you to be a part of our future. CNBC TV 18, your trusted partner and investment ally.
What does it take to build India's largest startup platform? It takes a journey of starting out as an unknown and ending up as unforgettable. It takes more than 2 decades of celebrating the most influential and influencing the most celebrated entrepreneurs. From chronicling the stories of India's startup universe to becoming a success story in itself, as India's longest-running show on startups and entrepreneurship, celebrating 21 action-packed years of building India's biggest startup community. Young Turks at 21, only on CNBC TV 18 and CNBCTV18.com. CNBC TV 18's most comprehensive and award-winning news show, India Business Hour, drops first on YouTube. So get the first access to the most influential architects of policies and politics, the key news makers of the day. Discover the big themes as we decode the business of markets, macros, and more. Be the first to go to the heart of all the top stories that drive the day's agenda. Catch the award-winning India Business Hour live every night on YouTube with me, Shireen Bhat.
India Business Hour live on YouTube at CNBC TV 18 weeknights at 7 p.m.
Start by talking to you about that. In Mr. Tata's own words, he said he would like to be remembered as someone who made a difference. Nothing more, nothing less. What do you believe has been the impact that Ratan Tata has had on India and on the House of Tatas?
Well, I think, Shirin, to start with, it is a sad moment to lose someone like him. But I think it's also a life to be celebrated. I think that very few people can make the kind of impact that he has made in one lifetime. You know, his footprint, as you know, goes far beyond just industry. I think his legacy as a humanist, as a philanthropist, will probably be remembered even more than his legacy as just being an industrialist. I think that his ambition or his dream of making a difference, he's done more than more than one can imagine to do that, to make a difference. He's made a difference to Indian industry, to society, through all the charitable and philanthropic work that the Tatas do, some of which I know he was carefully.
Welcome back. Well, 2 years after Britannia Industries signed a joint venture with the BEL Group, the JV has inaugurated its cheese factory in India in Ranjangaon, Maharashtra. This factory, which has seen an investment of 220 crore rupees from the joint venture, will produce Britannia, the Laughing Cow products. From the sidelines of the inauguration of the factory, Shilpa Ranipeta caught up with Varun Berry, MD of Britannia Industries, and Cecile Belliot, CEO of Bell Group, to discuss the company's product range, expansion plans, and, of course, the way ahead.
It's a modular capacity, right? So it's a fully backward integrated. We are tied up with 3,000 plus farmers from whom we collect milk. We add value. We teach them how to get better productivity from their cows. We collect the milk, we process it, and we make cheddar cheese, which is natural cheddar cheese. So our capacity is 6,000 tons of natural cheddar cheese currently, and 10,000 tons of processed cheese, right? Now this is modular. It's not that for every 6,000 tons and 10,000 tons we'll require the same capex. We can increase this with a small spend, right? So this can be expanded almost double to where it is today. We are currently making all the products that we are selling. So first we said that we must start making all the products that we sell in the market. So we make the slices, we make cubes, we make blocks, we make spreads. All of those products are being made in this factory, and you'll see it yourself. But we have the capability because it's our own raw cheese, which is cheddar cheese. We can use that to produce whatever that we think is necessary from an Indian consumer standpoint. And with Bell's experience in product development and our understanding of the consumer in India, I think we are in a great place to take this train forward.
Right. And how's the performance been of Britannia Bell in the 2 years since the partnership was forged?
So the performance is basically nothing had changed because, we just started producing in our factory. And as we start to get efficiencies, its performance has been as it was. We've been growing, but it's not been like 25, 30% kind of growth. But now that we've got a back end, now that we've got the factory, we've got efficiencies. We are, by the way, we've always been selling at 25 to 30% premium to Amul. Right. Now we are in a position with our own factory to start to see how we can reduce that premium and maybe, hopefully, one day bring it to zero, right?
Right.
And if we were to do that with a product which is extremely good, I think we'll be in a great place to create a solid momentum for our products in the market.
Right. In the last earnings call, you said 250 crore is what the cheese business is for you. But now with this factory and increased efficiency that you're talking about, how big do you see this then in the next year or two? How can we expect it to be? How soon can we expect it to be? Probably 1,000 crore business or a 500 crore business?
No, so I was just talking to someone. Our vision really is to grow this 3 times in 5 years, right? Which I think is extremely doable, and I think Cecil shares that vision. I think 750 is I would say, par target, right? In 5 years, hopefully we can be better than par, and hopefully we can get closer to 1,000 crores in 5 years.
Right.
Yeah. And we start to have first successes. For instance, as I was sharing, the Laughing Co brand, so Laughing Co Britannia, before the GV, the Laughing Co was distributed in 2 cities only, Mumbai and Bangalore. Now we are in every city.
Yes.
In every city in India, big city.
Right.
The brand is here, which means 37,000 stores compared with less than 5,000, 2 years ago. And we have started to bring some true innovation on the market, like the soft cheese in a triangular portion. And this is a triple-digit growth for that kind of innovation. So it's
the round.
Exactly. So this one is a triple-digit growth in terms of
That's
volume.
a 171% growth.
Absolutely. So it's just the beginning. It's a nascent category. It's a new brand. It's a new usage. So it takes time, but it gives a lot of confidence on the full potential for the brand when you bring true innovation to the market.
Yeah.
New innovations coming in from Britannia. By the way, Divi's Laboratories is the one that is going from strength to strength after that report that came in from Citi. That stock is now 2.5% higher, above the mark of 6,000. And Divi and Citi had projected a price target of around 6,500, if I'm correct. But taking a short break here on Trading Hour. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
All very quiet, didn't speak about it. You know that he was extremely low profile, shunned any kind of attention. And he was a true son of India.
Welcome back. You're with us on Trading Hour. Well, the next company in focus is BLS International. Now, BLS International has completed the acquisition of a 100% equity stake in Citizenship Invest, which is a Dubai-based company that specializes in, and I quote, fast-track investor programs for residency and citizenship across more than 50 countries. This is, of course, what we got from the press release. We have with us Shikhar Agrawal, Joint Managing Director at BLS International, to try and understand some of the rationale behind it and what it means for the company. Shikhar, great to have you on. Thanks for joining in. So what I understand is that I think you are in total going to pay around 260 crores for this acquisition, right? The company's current sales are about 81 odd crores. So you're paying almost 3 times sales. Tell us the rationale. How does it fit in with your portfolio, and what does it bring to the table?
So basically, Citizenship Invest is a company that was established in the year 2009. So it has a 15-year track record, and currently they do, citizenship by investment and residency programs, and they, last year in calendar year 2023, they did a turnover of 81 crores and an EBITDA of 40 crores. So 45% margin, EBITDA margin, and we have paid 260 crores, which is around a 6-time or 7-time multiple. Normally we typically buy companies around that level. So this company is performing phenomenally well. It is one of the market leaders in this industry. With our network in 70 plus countries, we feel the market opportunity is very big for this kind of industry, wherein there are HNIs, who are investing in second passports, residency across different parts of the world. So we definitely feel that we can value and grow this company in the coming years.
So basically, you're saying that this company, which is Citizenship Invest, it looks at, helping the entire documentation process specifically from an investment perspective for anyone who's looking to take on a dual citizenship purely because of investment. Can you just elaborate on this? How does the model work?
So basically, in this industry, this company is authorized by 15 countries. They are one of the authorized service providers for these 15 countries in Caribbean island, in European countries, etc. So they help, individuals obtain passports by investments or donations. Different schemes of different governments are there, and they also help in obtaining residencies of different governments of different countries. So as you see, globally, there is a big demand for these kind of services. The market size is it's a multi-billion-dollar market. Every year around 30 to 40,000 applications are processed. And, this company does only around 300 to 400 applications every year. So the market potential is huge. There's a huge growth potential. They are currently headquartered in Dubai. With our reach of 70 plus countries and millions of customers, we will definitely try to upsell these services. So we see major growth in the coming years. And also, this company grew 43% last year. So this year also, we expect good growth coming in this company.
So basically, you're saying that all of your customers using the services of this Dubai-based company will be able to get citizenship of these, key jurisdictions. You said they're in the Caribbean islands. And can you just name the jurisdictions, please?
So basically, we are currently present in 70 plus countries. So
no, not you. I'm talking about the jurisdictions for which this company has authorization that it can get you citizenship in these 15 odd countries. Which are these countries?
So there are multiple countries in Caribbean islands, multiple countries in Europe. So every year, new countries introduce different schemes. So there are multiple countries.
Shikhar, good morning. Thank you for joining in. How you've mentioned you paid almost 3 times sales for this. Now, what are your plans to grow this company once it comes into your stable? And does that ensure that your growth also accelerates from what you are currently growing at already?
Yes. See, last year, if you see first quarter, we did 120 crores of EBITDA. That was a 70% growth compared to similar quarter last year. This does not have the numbers of either Citizenship Invest that we acquired in the last few weeks, and also iData that we acquired on 10th of July. So definitely, this company will add on to the margins and revenue and profitability from third quarter itself. And also we see a major growth coming in that will add in turn to BLS International growth. As I spoke, we have only touched the tip of the iceberg. This company is expert in this industry with very good credentials, very good relationship with the client governments, very big customer base. Now using our network of our presence in 70 plus countries, we can do their growth multifold in the coming years.
Your digital business, Shikhar, was growing at around in single digits. Does this acquisition help you go back to double digits for this business, for the digital business?
This business is under BLS International, which is our visa consular services business, and we grew 70% in the first quarter in this business. And this Citizenship Invest also grew more than 40% last year. So definitely, this will go. I think we expect the growth to maintain in the coming years.
Shikhar, would it be, sort of correct to interpret this in a way that a lot of, say, HNI, ultra HNIs, who are looking for smart tax planning and all legal ways of, better structures and tax planning and looking for overseas destinations, this would be a valuable service to that target category of your customers?
See, definitely, this will be a valuable service to all HNI individuals across the world, from different territories, not only India, but also from a lot of developing countries in the Middle East, in African countries, in America. And people are now looking for second citizenship passports for multiple reasons, So that is why we feel this target market is quite big. It is growing year on year, and we expect major growth coming in this business in the coming years.
Okay, all right. We will leave it on that note for now. Shikhar, thank you very much for joining in. There's very important news on our screens right now with respect to the succession at Tata Trust, and sources are indicating to us that it would be indeed Noel Tata. The confirmation is still awaited. This is, of course, source-based information that we're picking up. In fact, we'll take a break and come back with more details on the story in a bit. Okay, I think, in fact, we have Vivek joining in right now. Vivek, even as we await confirmation and see what is the final outcome, if it indeed is Mr. Noel Tata or not. I mean, just tell us the contours, the holding company, Tata Sons, why it really matters, and how the different trusts actually own and operate Tata Sons itself.
Well, you're absolutely right. And this is going to be a very, very important development to take note on. You can also see the flashes on the screen as to what exactly sources are indicating to us. What we're trying to do is we're trying to give a context as to what exactly does this mean and what is the implication as far as the listed companies are concerned, given the fact that, the next chairperson of the Tata Trust will have a significant say in quite a lot of the listed companies of the Tata Group. Now, first up, what we need to understand is what is Tata Sons? Remember, Tata Sons is the principal investment holding company as well as the promoter of the Tata companies. Now, in Tata Sons, 66% of the equity share capital of Tata Sons is actually held by philanthropic trusts, and Ratan Tata was the chairman of the Tata Trust. Tata Trust comprised mainly of two large trusts, which is Sir Ratan Tata Trust as well as Sir Dorabji Tata Trust, and together they own a little over 51.5% stake in Tata Sons. So now what next? Like we mentioned, 13 trustees in total across two trusts. 5 individuals amongst the two trusts are actually common trustees, of which the main ones are former Defense Secretary Vijay Singh, automobile industrial Venu Srinivasan, Ratan Tata's half-brother and friend chairman Noel Tata, businessman Maili Mistry, as well as lawyer Darius Kambata. Way forward, clarity needs to emerge on the next chairperson of Tata Trust. And remember, the chairperson and the chairman is elected through the majority consent amongst the trustees. What is at stake? Remember, Tata Sons holdings spreads across quite a lot of the listed companies, across all of the Tata Group companies. The key amongst them, given the fact that the market capitalization of these companies are quite high. In TCS, remember, they hold over 71.5% stake, Tata Motors over 40% stake, Trent over 32% stake, Tata Power, Titan, Tata Steel, all of these names are large cap companies where they have well over 30% stake. So in all, Tata Sons controls over 16 lakh crore as far as the listed Tata Group companies are concerned, and the next chairperson, in effect, will have a significant say in quite a lot of the listed entities of the Tata Group.
Absolutely, Vivek. Thank you very much for that context. In fact, let's get to Shireen straight away because she's picking up from sources that the next chairman indeed could be Noel Tata. Shireen.
Well, with the caveat that this is the likely plan, this is the likely outcome of a meeting that will take place in Mumbai today. But as Vivek was also pointing out, that there are 13 members who will finally decide the course and the fate of the chairmanship of Tata Trust. But Noel Tata is likely to be appointed the successor, is what we're given to understand. But no final decision has been taken, and we're also awaiting a statement from the Tatas. No comment coming in at this point in time. What is interesting, Survi, is that, this goes back to that bitter boardroom battle that ensued between Ratan Tata and Cyrus Mistry, and then the change in the Articles of Association that took place, which essentially changed the course of the governance structure, where the same individual could no longer hold both positions, the chairmanship of the Tata Trust as well as the chairmanship of Tata Sons. And that is why you saw post that bitter boardroom battle, which went all the way to the Supreme Court, that this change was made to the Articles of Association and N. Chandrasekharan was brought in. Now, what is widely been speculated is that there would be a comfort with the Tata family continuing to retain the top position as far as the trusts are concerned. But I also want to go back to what Ratan Tata had said to the Supreme Court in a filing, saying that it should not be assumed, and I'm paraphrasing, but broadly it should not be assumed that it could only be a Tata that would be at the helm of the trust. But that being said, at this point in time, what we are given to understand is that Noel Tata is likely to be the successor, and Melly Mistry is likely to be appointed a permanent trustee to the Tata Trust. Now, Mr. Noel Tata has already been part of both the trusts, the Ramji Tata Trust as well as the Ratan Tata Trust, as was being pointed out there by Vivek. And it's been a significant rise, even as far as Noel Tata is concerned, specifically to as far as the businesses that he has been stewarding and steering forward. He has had a significant rise across those businesses, and he's also been associated with many other Tata Group companies like Voltas, etc. So let's wait for the final decision to be made official. But Mr. Tata had not appointed a successor, and this was a decision perhaps in his wisdom best left to the members of the trust to take forward in light of his passing. And with that eventuality now, the reality, the trusts are moving quickly to take forward the succession plan, and Noel Tata may be the successor to Ratan Tata, but again with the caveat that no final decision has been taken yet, and we are awaiting a confirmation.
All right, Shireen, thank you very much for bringing us the latest on that developing story. This is, of course, source-based information as of now that Noel Tata could be the next chairman of Tata Trusts. We do have some experts with us to take the conversation forward. Mr. H.P. Ranina, Senior Advocate at Supreme Court, and Amit Tandon, Founder and MD at IIAS. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining in. So, like we've been saying, the caveats are in place. This is a developing story. It could be Noel Tata, but I think the purpose of this discussion is to have sort of a larger, clearer view in terms of when we're looking at trusts, Tata Trust or any other trust, and it comes to succession planning, the rules which are at play. So, Mr. Ranina, if you could come in on this, like Shireen also pointed out, that the feeling seems to be that it would be, preferable to have someone from within the family to continue to be at the helm of the trust. But there are sort of a lot of non-Tata members as well who are trustees, who are part of, who are part of the trustee group. For instance, there is Darius Kambata, there is Mr. Venu Srinivasan of the TVS group. So just tell us that is it a given that the trustee, the chairman, would be from the family itself, or can a non-family member also get the chairmanship position?
Surbi, thank you for having me. I think a non-family member can also have that position, but you're right, and Shirin is equally right when she says that generally, to keep the Tata tradition, the family name, a Tata family member may be made at the chairman of the Tata Trust. Now, Noel Tata seems to be the right person because he's already involved in several major companies like Tata International, Trent, Voltas Limited, and he has a complete grip over the activities. At the same time, I would like to point out that Tata Trust has now become a fairly large organization, both in India and abroad. And you need a full-time person or a person who can devote a lot of time to the activities of Tata Trust. And it is for this reason that somebody like Melly Mistry seems to be a good person to fit in the sense that not as chairman, but maybe as a full-time trustee or a permanent trustee, which is now going to be made. because he has been looking after the affairs of Tata Trust in the last few years, and in full, in conformity with what Mr. Ratan Tata has been telling him. So they have both worked together in tandem in the last few years, and the Tata Trusts are now well positioned to achieve their objectives. But I must emphasize, Tata Trust is a big organization. It's not just a small trust. And they have to manage several projects and properties. And you need a person who has the time to devote to the activities of Tata Trust. So with Melanie Mistry being brought in, Noel Tata would be the chairman, and the activities of the trust would now go on in full swing.
Right. Mr. Tandon, good morning. Thank you for joining in as well. And as Mr. Ranina was pointing out, right, you would need somebody who would have this full-time devotion to this post as well as the chairman of the trust. Now, as a proxy advisory firm, what would you be looking for in an ideal candidate as the chairperson of an organization as large as the Tata Trust is?
Thank you very much for calling me for your show today. I'd first like to begin by saying that let me express my sadness at the passing away of Mr. Tata. One of the things, we've all been reading about what his contributions are, but one of the things I'd like to emphasize is the fact that his enduring legacy, if I may say, is the fact that in telling Indian businesses that they can compete globally and they can compete with the best. And that's a lesson which, when he began on internationalizing the Tata Group, very few businesses had an offshore presence. But today, when you look at it, Indian companies have a sizable presence overseas. So let me say that. Coming to the person itself, I think what is important at this time is the process which they're following. And there needs to be a general awareness in terms of what is it that the role requires. As Mr. Ranina pointed out, the Tata Trusts are a large organization, and therefore they have a great deal of responsibility towards the philanthropic activities of which they are undertaking. But equally important is the fact that what you want is you need that alignment between the trusts, Tata Sons, and the operating companies. When a few years ago, there was this whole turbulence which happened with regard to Cyrus Mistry and with regard to the various businesses. It was because at one level, this alignment was broken, and it seemed, and of course, we have no way of knowing, it's the insiders who will tell us, but for a moment, it seemed that the trusts were expectations from Tata Sons were completely different, and Tata Sons expectations from the companies were completely different. So if you have a person who understands both what is happening in the operating companies, which is of interest to all the investors and all your viewers, and what is happening at the trust level and what the expectations are, and is able to balance these two, is what is critical. I will just want to add one thing that, when we think about it, the structure which the Tatas have is phenomenal. You've got the profit-making companies and you have the trusts. But what they've done very cleverly, if I may say, and this was done almost a century ago, was put in Tata Sons in between. If in today's day and time you look at what has happened, and a recent example is OpenAI, which is kind of run into rough weather, it is because you've got a business which is a not-for-profit and a business which is making profit, and the same company within itself is trying to balance the two. So Tatas have done a phenomenal role. The person who's there will need to understand the legacy and how to take this forward, balancing between the two.
No, fair point, and we've seen that, and I think Mr. N. Chandrasekharan has sort of donned that mantle with so much of grace, right? Bringing all the group companies together and working with, of course, members of the family to keep the overall ethos intact as well. And we've seen the absolute wide acceptance of the role that he's played. Mr. Ranina, to come back to the chairmanship of the trusts, both the trusts, Sir Ratan Tata and Sir Dorabji Tata Trust. Now, would this have to be a majority sort of decision? What if there is some dissent among the trustees, on the nomination, on the name? What are the options perhaps on the table? Just from a legal standpoint, it might be absolutely unanimous, and we'll know in the next couple of hours. But typically, when we're talking about succession planning in a family trust, What are the different options on the table? Mr. Ranina? Okay, I think we've lost that line with Mr. Ranina. We'll come back to him for that. But Mr. Tata, if I could put that question to you, that this could be an absolutely unanimous call. But otherwise, I mean, what do we see? What is the practice that you've seen? And is it enough for the majority to sort of rally around or rally behind one name?
Look, it's very difficult to say what is. I'm not a legal expert, and therefore I won't comment in terms of what will happen on the trust. But ideally, you do want to see a broad consensus. Now, if someone is putting forward, let's say there are two candidates, and there is a majority in favor of one, it's not unusual for the remaining candidates to say that, look, in the interest of having consensus and in the interest of having a cohesive group, we'll all back up one person. So even if my personal preference is for A and not B, but the majority are in favor of B, it's quite likely that I say, okay, this is what will keep the harmony of the trust. These are the priorities. As long as the candidate is agreeable to these priorities, let's go ahead. Ideally, if you see a consensus, that's, of course, the optimum solution.
Your consensus is always the best way forward. I think we have Shireen back with us on the line, and she has some questions for the panelists as well. Shireen, back to you.
No, I was just coming back to that point that you were asking Mr. Ranina, and this again goes back to the changes that were brought in post the mystery battle when the Articles of Association were unanimously passed at the AGM of Tata Sons, which essentially, had to deal with the appointment of the chairman of Tata Sons as well as the relationship with the trust. So following that amendment and that resolution, it was made very clear that the chairman of either the Sir Dorabji Tata Trust or the Sir Ratan Tata Trust, or of both, would not be eligible to be the chairman of Tata Sons. So this split, was put in place post that bitter battle that we saw playing out at the Tatas. And even as part of that, the process of selection, the selection committee, etc., was also put in place. So I don't think that there is any confusion on the way forward on the selection process itself. I think it will now boil down to just ensuring that you have the right person at the helm of affairs, given the many considerations as well as the unique structure of the Tata Trust, as well as how they control the listed entities as well, with Tata Sons, as Amit pointed out, being in the middle. But when we were speaking yesterday to the former Tata Sons board member, R. Gopalakrishnan, as well as my conversation with Kumar Mangalam Birla, and perhaps we could play those bites out for you. But Mr. Gopalakrishnan said that when he, essentially he was a Unilever guy, when he joined Tata Sons, he said that I was also mystified as to how this works, how this operates. But on being part of the organization, he understood that this unique sort of structure, which has worked for over 150 years plus, is something that has, held the group in good stead and has allowed the group to do what it believes is best, both as far as its philanthropic aspiration and ambition is concerned, but as well as its wealth and value creation as far as its listed entities are concerned. So I think a lot of refinement took place post the boardroom battle, and I think there is clarity, as I pointed out, on the process, and a decision will be now taken to finally officially appoint the successor to Ratan Tata.
All right. Thank you for that context, Shireen. Let's see if we have Mr. Ranina back with us for a final comment. Mr. Ranina, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So we were just discussing, as Shireen also pointed out, that the process is very, very clear. And obviously, there's a complete disconnect between Tata Sons and the Tata Trust now. So in terms of the selection process and, finally getting the successor to Mr. Ratan Tata, consensus would be the best way and the most graceful way forward. We all know that. Is that what you would expect?
This is what will happen. I'm sure about this. I agree with Mr. Tandon that everything will be done in a consensual manner. There will be no conflict. I can assure you that. They would have decided informally amongst themselves, and the person will be appointed as the chairman straight away. There'll be no discussion on this subject at all at a trust meeting. I'm very confident of that.
All right, so gentlemen, thank you very much for joining in. And we look forward to connecting again with you once the official announcement is made. As we're picking up from sources, as Shireen has just told us, that in all likelihood, the expectation is that indeed it will be Mr. Noel Tata who will succeed Mr. Ratan Tata as a chairman of the Tata Trusts. Well, as we take your leave, I think we're getting some visuals, and that is the first landing of an aircraft at the Navi Mumbai airport. It's supposed to be an Air Force aircraft. I think one of the carriers over there. There was supposed to be a Sukhoi as well.
It's an Airbus C295 transport aircraft.
That's a transport aircraft. And a Sukhoi. I think we're expecting a Sukhoi to make a landing as well. And this will be historic for a lot of us who've been here in the city of Mumbai. And we have been, of course, waiting for the Navi Mumbai airport to take off. This could be the first step towards getting something tangible on ground.
Indeed, and it is part of the trial run, right, by the Indian Air Force. As you can see on your screens there, the Airbus C295 transport aircraft and the Sukhoi fighter jet expected to make an inaugural landing at the southern runway of the airport. Remember, this has been in the works for possibly decades now, the Navi Mumbai airport, and finally we are getting to see some action on the ground. Visuals coming in there. The Maharashtra Chief Minister present, Eknath Shinde, there at the Navi Mumbai airport. Live visuals coming in of the aircraft making its inaugural landing at the southern runway of the Navi Mumbai airport. We'll be waiting for more details on that. But with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Trading Hour. From Surbhi, me and the team that put this show together, thank you so much for watching. Halftime report comes up next.
and welcome to Halftime Report. I'm Ekta Batra and with me is Nigel D'Souza. Well, it's turning out to be a day where we are not seeing that much of movement except for what is taking place in terms of the Nifty Bank at this point in time. So that seems to stand out at this point. Let's see whether there's any kind of recovery which takes place. But currently we have the Nifty, which is under 25,000. Let's see whether there's any kind of recovery which takes place on an intraday basis there as well. Hi, Nigel.
Well, that's right, Ekta. In the last few minutes, actually, the Nifty Bank has come off and the IT index that was actually looking resilient, it's got sold into. That early morning bounce got sold into. The Nifty Bank, yesterday it rallied. Today it's back to square one. It's given up all those 500 points that it put on. And the IT index actually that was up 0.5%. That's got sold into. And TCS, TCS is now down 2.5%, Ekta. Earlier today, the stock was more or less flattish, but now some kind of selling is creeping into TCS.
Yes, absolutely. And at least there's some kind of, you're talking about selling, and we saw sharp selling which took place in a lot of these pharmaceutical stocks yesterday. So that seems to have stabilized today. We have Divi's Labs, which is up around 2.5% at this point in time. Cipla, which is still under pressure, is down around 1.6%. But nonetheless, there's some amount of stability which has come into a couple of these stocks. But nonetheless, let's kick off the show by talking about pharmaceutical companies. Wockhardt is the first management that we have. The company presented its phase 3 clinical trial for the antibiotic niftromycin 400 mg, which is a drug used for pneumonia, before the CDSCO committee, which is the Indian regulator. And an approval is probably expected in the next couple of weeks and could be introduced into the Indian market in the next couple of months itself. We have with us Sahabil Khurakiwala, who's the chairman of Wockhardt, joining in to discuss this. Mr. Khurakiwala, welcome to the show, and thank you for joining in again, because the last time you were on the show, we did discuss how one of your molecules did show a lot of efficacy in terms of meningitis. But today we are discussing, how niftromycin was presented in front of the CDSCO. Phase 3 data, I understand. Give us a sense in terms of what was the outcome of that meeting.
We presented this data. We completed clinical trial phase 3 sometime in April. And it was earlier phase 1 and phase 2 trial was done in US and Europe. And the phase 3 we did it in India. And New Drugs Subject Expert Committee of CDSU has recommended niftromycin, that is Midcap, for pneumonia. And pneumonia is one of the big problems in India worldwide. Normally, globally, about 2.3 million people die every year because of pneumonia. And 23% of that is nearly 600,000 in India. So our drug is a short-acting, very ultra short-acting treatment of 3 days. It is a tablets. It is given orally, and it has a 97% success rate. Today, the existing drug, like azithromycin, has a resistance of 50 to 60%. That clavulanic acid combination also do not work on atypical pneumonia, which is around 40% of cases. So from this point of view, this is a life-saving and very important oral antibiotic.
Okay, so just to get this, get it, into perspective, you've finished your phase 3, you've submitted the data to the CDSCO. Now, when exactly do you get final approval for this particular drug, niftromycin, for pneumonia? And when would it potentially be launched in the Indian market? And what is the market size of it?
We expect this approval to come in next few weeks, actually, because DCGI takes little time to look at other data and give an approval. And whatever queries they have, we responded. So we expect in next few weeks to get a formal approval from DCGI. And we expect to market by the beginning of next 25, that is around in early January. It will be in the market. It's a very significant size of the market because the specialists and the consultants do not have a proper treatment for treating pneumonia. And there's a big vacuum because this drug is coming after nearly 30 years. And there's roughly about 18 million cases of pneumonia in India. So from all these perspectives, it's a fairly significant medical unmet need we are fulfilling. And then to very ultra short treatment of 3 days.
Okay. All right. Well, just hold that thought, Mr. Kharakiwala, because we do have visuals coming in of the Navi Mumbai airport runway, where we do have the Indian Army plane which has landed there, the Indian Air Force plane which has landed there. So those are the visuals which are fresh visuals which are coming in. So interesting, considering that we will be having a new airport eventually.
Indeed.
And I think that would be extremely good for the ancillary businesses as well. But in any case, Mr. Kharakiwala, if you could just get back to the discussion with regards to this particular molecule, nifithromycin, just give us a sense in terms of the other geographies where you have applied for the drug for nifithromycin. And if it is showing so much efficacy for pneumonia, when are you probably expecting approval in other markets? Give us a timeline and maybe even any kind of out-licensing opportunity for this one.
The other market, one of the Saudi Arabia have accepted this drug as a breakthrough medicine. And we would be applying to them, and we expect to get approval in next 6 to 9 months there after our approval in India. And similarly, as you know, we have received QIDP status, but currently we are not looking at the US market for this molecule. But certainly we would be applying into all the emerging markets. And we expect the approval to come in the next year or so.
All right. Hi, Mr. Kharakiwala, and thanks a lot for speaking to us here on CNBC TV 18. This is Nigel on this side. I missed the size of the drug. What is the total sales potential that you see coming out of this drug?
As I mentioned, in India, there are 18 million pneumonia cases. And it is an unmet medical need. So it would be fairly, we are working on the potential, but I think one is looking at something around in 3 to 5 years, 400-500 crore potential only in India.
Only in India. So 400 to 500 crores is what you're expecting in terms of a size for nifithromycin only in the Indian market. Then I'm sure you'll have, Mr. Kharakiwala, I'm sure you'll have a lot of suitors, considering that you do have a patent on this drug. If you can give us a sense in terms of the patent, how long does it last? And two, whether companies like Indian pharmaceutical companies or even global pharmaceutical companies are interested in tying up with you for nifithromycin.
See, our patent lasts in different countries, slightly different, but in India it lasts around 32 or so. And another 2-3 years is extended in many other countries, the patent. So there is a fairly long period of time. As far as India is concerned, we intend to market it ourselves, basically. And also same true in emerging market. We are not really looking for a licensing option today, but we will explore this a little later for the Western market.
Okay, so out of all the molecules that you do have in your portfolio now, Mr. Kharakiwala, we've discussed WCK 5222, we've discussed WCK 6777. Give us a sense in terms of the molecule that you think has the most potential and will probably be first on the list to get monetized.
Actually, as you can see, this Midcap for nifithromycin is the first getting monetized because as we will be launching in January itself. As far as the 5222 is concerned, as you know, we are taking clinical trial in a couple of months. So it is likely to get monetized in later part of FY25 in India. And maybe in FY26 in the global market.
All right. Appreciate you joining in, Mr. Kharakiwala, and in fact, giving us all of those insights on that new drug. But before we let you go, yesterday we had the sad demise of Mr. Tata. Wanted to know if you have, conversed with him, you'll had any kind of dealings. given that both of you all have that common aim, right, to the cancer, to the pharmaceutical sector. So some kind of interactions that you all could have had.
Yeah, I think Mr. Tata's loss is a great loss for India. He was one of the tallest leaders, both as a human being and what he has done for Indian industry, business, and also establishing certain kind of benchmark in terms of the ethics and the quality one should have. I had an interaction with him several times. In fact, we bought a company in 90s, married pharmaceutical from the Tatas at that time. And I remember after 5 or 7 years, thought that he regretted that he sold that company to us, because that was his perspective on the healthcare subsequently. But the amount of work Tatas have done in cancer, both in Mumbai, Calcutta, and everywhere, is enormous. And one could say that it has become a benchmark for ordinary people to get it treated in the Tata's cancer facilities, wherever they have been present. And they have invested both, not in terms of money, but qualitative resources also in terms of people and others. And I know from my colleagues in medical profession, they would like to work in Tata's Institute because the kind of knowledge and experience they can gather is enormous.
Sure. Absolutely, Mr. Kharakiwala. It's a benchmark of excellence when it comes to Tata's and, the kind of work that they've done in cancer care. Thank you very much for joining in and speaking with us and sharing your thoughts on Mr. Tata as well as your new molecule, which you have received an approval for from the CDSCO. We'll take a short break, but up next, Sudeep Shah will join in to discuss the technicals. Stay tuned.
There is absolutely no evidence that this man thinks about anybody but himself. I've said it before. Donald Trump is a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. And President Biden and Vice President Harris were down there meeting with local officials and comforting families, asking how they could help. And Donald Trump at a rally just started making up stories about the Biden administration withholding aid from Republican areas and siphoning off aid to give to undocumented immigrants. Just made the stuff up. Get off your couch and vote. Put down your phone and vote. Grab your friends and family and vote. Vote for Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
Start by talking to you about that. In Mr. Tata's own words, he said he would like to be remembered as someone who made a difference. Nothing more, nothing less. What do you believe has been the impact that Ratan Tata has had on India and on the House of Tatas?
Well, I think, Shirin, to start with, it is a sad moment to lose someone like him. But I think it's also a life to be celebrated. I think that very few people can make the kind of impact that he has made in one lifetime. His footprint, as you know, goes far beyond just industry. I think his legacy as a humanist, as a philanthropist, will probably be remembered even more than his legacy as just being an industrialist. I think that his ambition or his dream of making a difference, he's done more than one can imagine. to do that, to make a difference. He's made a difference to Indian, industry, to society, through all the charitable and philanthropic work that the Tatas do, some of which I know he was very involved with himself. All very quiet, didn't speak about it. You know that he was extremely low profile, shunned any kind of attention. And he was a true son of India.
Welcome back. Well, let's cut across to Parikshit Luthra. He's in conversation with Tarun Garg, the Chief Operating Officer and the whole-time Director of Hyundai.
Hyundai opens for its IPO subscription next week. And today we are joined by the CEO of Hyundai India, Mr. Garg. Mr. Garg, you've just finished a press conference here in Delhi. Let me begin by asking you, if you were asked to define the brand's success, what is the biggest contributing factor to that?
Thank you, Parikshit. I would say that we have been in India now for more than 26 years. And the one key reason for success has been to have India-centric products. We have a very strong parentage in HMC, so we have access to all kinds of technologies. At the same time, we keep our eyes and ears to the ground and bring in products which are suited to the Indian customer. So whether it was the Santro or the Accent or the Creta, or the Venue or the Exter, always we have kept Indian conditions in mind to launch the products. Of course, we have built a very strong ecosystem in terms of dealer network, the connect with the customers, localization, a big focus on exports. I think one thing which differentiates Hyundai from everybody else also is in terms of a strong focus on exports. Today, 20% of our production is exported, and we are a hub for the emerging markets. So I think all these factors have really helped Hyundai to really do well in India all these 26 years.
All right. You speak about the last 26 years, and there have been many success stories. Having said that, you have been at number 2 position, and in the last few years, the likes of Tata Motors, Mahindra have given Hyundai tough competition in the market. What do you think have been some of the gaps in your product pipeline, in your product strategy, because of which you've not been able to grow your market share further? Because if you look at the top position, Maruti Suzuki, their market share has only declined marginally.
So if you see, Hyundai has been a very strong number 2 players, and always there has been competition in the market. Our endeavor has always been to find opportunities. So whether, like I said, as late as last year, when we launched the Exter, we could see an opportunity in the entry SUV segment, and Exter has done really very, very well. Then Creta, of course, has been a very strong brand. This year, we launched the Creta facelift, and it has received a great response, a double-digit growth this year over last year, which already had a double-digit growth. Last month, we launched the Alcazar facelift, which is receiving some great response from the customers. Also, we have done some innovations like a dual CNG cylinder in Exter and Nios. So we keep on giving more and more value, more and more options to the customers, which helps us to increase volumes and market share. At the same time, primary focus has been on quality of growth. So if you see, we believe that volume, market share, profitability, brand, customer connect, all are important. And that is how we want to pursue even going forward as well.
I'd like to ask you about the festive outlook. It's been a tepid mood in the auto industry and in the markets, the retail market for the auto industry. How does the month of October look right now?
So frankly speaking, if you see, Indian industry has been growing at 5% CAGR, whether you take a 5-year CAGR or a 10-year CAGR. And of course, last 2 years, because of post-COVID pent-up demand, the growth was much higher at more than 20% and close to 8 to 9% last year. So obviously some kind of a moderation in demand would happen. In any case, Parikshit, I've spent 3 decades in the auto industry, and June, July, August are normally sluggish months. October has started on a very positive note. As per the Vahan data, our deliveries, our registrations are up 40% this month over the same period last month.
And
so
you
I think
expect to complete the month?
So frankly speaking, after a long time, October is a month where Dhanteras is also there, and Dashara is also there, and Navratra is also there. So everything is bundled into October. So we are very optimistic about October.
So what's your order book right now?
Order book is healthy, and we're receiving some great traction. Like I said,
Any
for the
numbers
newly
that you can
launched.
give us?
So numbers, let's not get the numbers, but order book, like I said, order book is healthy and a very good traction in October for all our products.
All right. Now, in terms of overall growth going forward, industry veterans have said that the auto industry will only see low single-digit growths in this fiscal and maybe for the next few years. In that kind of environment, how will you provide more value to the customer, ensure sustained growth?
So I think this is very important that you are looking at a midterm to long-term approach. And like I mentioned, that India is really growing at a very fast pace. If you compare with the global peers, the CAGR of 5% augurs very well. And going forward, CRISIL has projected a CAGR of 4.5% to 6% for the next 5 years as well. So I don't think there is any cause of concern. What is more important is how do you really take the benchmark up in terms of technology? How, like for example, we are going to launch the Creta EV, which is going to be first high volume EV from Hyundai Stable, and we are backing it up by localizing the battery packs. Going forward, we are looking at introducing 3 more EVs, and of course, looking at localizing the LFP cell manufacturing along with the Indian partner, the entire ecosystem on the charging station as well. So it is all about our ability to really introduce those models, those features, those technologies. We introduced ADAS, a couple of years back, three years back. Today, 8 out of our 13 models have ADAS. And customers have really accepted it very well. As the highways, more and more highways are coming into place, the high speeds are going up, and ADAS is very, very useful.
Welcome back. Well, just about mixed for the markets. We have the Midcap index up around 120 odd points. It's the Bank Nifty, which is the sore point today. So down around 0.7%. Advanced decline ratio still holding on the advancing side. So let's see how that progresses. Currently around 1,200 stocks advancing to 1,139 stocks declining on the National Stock Exchange. As you can see, that crisscross is quite close to each other. But nonetheless, on our segment fundraise today, we have it as Orange Health Labs. It's a diagnostic chain that was launched operations in January 2021. In the past 2 years odd, the company has seen revenue grow over 100% year on year, and it's achieved around 100 crores in terms of revenue run rate as of September 2024. The diagnostic chain has raised a total of $35 million till now, with Accel India leading their $7 million Series A round and then upping their stake further in Series B. The total investment from Accel is more than $10 million. We have it as Dhruv Gupta, who's the co-founder of Orange Health, and Anand Daniel, who's a partner at Accel, joining in to discuss the potential from this. Afternoon, gentlemen. Well, Dhruv, let's start with you. You're in a space which is extremely competitive and fragmented to a certain extent as well. So what has resulted in this 100% growth that you've seen in your business in the past 2 years?
Absolutely. Thank you, Ekta. So diagnostics traditionally has been a very cluttered market. There are lots of companies, like you correctly said, who've been in the space. In fact, when we launched in Bangalore itself has had 1,800 labs. And, we were lab number 1,801. But fundamentally, what we realized is that actually, what consumers needed was that, modern Indian consumers are looking to get more and more convenience at home. We get our food at home, we get groceries at home, we get salon services at home. But when we're sick and we want to get tested, this wasn't an experience that was smoothly available at home. So in Jan 2021, we launched Orange Health with the premise that we will offer customers the opportunity to to get tested at home within 60 minutes and get reports within 6 hours. With this premise, we launched, and within 12 months, we actually became Bangalore's largest COVID lab. Over the years, we've expanded to multiple cities, and we've developed a significant market share in our cities, which has fundamentally enabled us to penetrate the market, to capture market share from other players, and also be able to capture the growth that's happening in this market organically.
Okay. Well, let's get Anand into this conversation as well. Anand, you all have been you all led the Series A investment in Orange Orange Health rather. Give us a sense in terms of, what is the return that you're anticipating from this particular diagnostic chain, and what is the potential growth that you are expecting in the diagnostic industry?
Yeah, Ekta, thanks for having me. Great question. So when we invested, it was mainly Tarun and Dhruv and a small team in Bangalore, right? So when we invested the Series A round, and when we invest in any of these companies, we expect them to be touching hundreds of thousands, if not millions of lives over time. In fact, Orange has already touched 1 million lives in their short existence. So to answer your initial question, can this become a household name where people go to for trusted, highly accurate, and high speed in terms of turnaround diagnostics at home? That is the thesis. And we are really excited to partner with Dhruv, Tarun, and team on this.
But your total investment is around $10 million. Give us a sense in terms of what is the horizon of investment and what is the anticipated return, according to you?
Yeah, so our investment horizons are normally almost a decade, because these are early stage companies. It could take 7 to 10 years to become large companies. And ideally, we look for these uncapped, very large outcomes, and it's very tough to put a specific number. And because I don't want Dhruv to have a set target, it needs to keep growing. And we believe this is a very large market which continues to grow. To your earlier question, just diagnostics is a 15 billion market growing at 15% year on year. in the past and will continue to grow. So it could be a very large outcome. It's tough to be precise, but the whole belief of our venture capital early stage investment is if things work out, this could be a very large outcome which can touch millions of lives on a daily basis.
All right, sure. That point's taken. Dhruv, right now you're only in diagnostics, but are you looking to expand into other healthcare verticals, and any further fundraising you would look at?
Sure, absolutely. So, one of the theses that we've had as a company is to fundamentally first focus and win in the market that you're playing in, right? We're in the diagnostic market, like Anand mentioned. Today it's a $15 billion market. Moving over the next decade, looking at about turning into a $40 billion market. There is a large opportunity at first to just focus and go deeper into this market, and that's something that we've been very clear about from the beginning. So, as we go deeper, the way we think about diagnostics is that our goal is to fundamentally help consumers measure their health in a way that enables the doctors to diagnose them better. So as we progress as a company, as the market progresses, over time we will probably expand into newer domains, but all in the service of being able to enable doctors to diagnose their patients better. When we started, we were just an at-home company. Over time, now we're thinking about moving from at-home towards omni-channel, and then like Anand said, it's a little bit as we keep our eyes and ears open, we see where the opportunities are, and then we keep moving into those areas.
Just quickly before we wrap up this conversation, Anand, what is the next leg of growth that you see in healthcare? Is it companies which do have some kind of association with artificial intelligence? And what is your approach? Are there companies that is that a criteria that you would probably be looking at?
I would say the simple criteria is take a real consumer problem, be it in the tier 1 India or Bharat, which is tier 2 and plus. And there are so many problems that still yet to be solved. Use technology and deep thinking from a consumer back. Is this a real problem? How deep is it, and how can we solve and do it? And if they use AI, that's great, but that's not a necessity. Just picking these problems and solving them deeply is what we look for. And just to add to the previous question, Orange is just in 4 cities as of now. So just expanding that to more cities. My parents live in Chennai, and I really wish Orange was that, just for on a daily basis across India, people have these problems. So finding stuff, finding problems, solving it deeply, proving that it works in a few areas, and then expanding it is a thing that we can do across diagnostics, across medicines, across tertiary care, like the whole value chain of healthcare and even preventive health.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to wrap up on that note, Anand, as well as Dhruv. Thanks very much for joining in and speaking to us on our fundraise segment. So that's the view coming in from Axel India, which has invested around $10 million in Orange Health, which is a lab or diagnostic chain which has rapidly expanded just in the past couple of years. In fact, started operations post-COVID in 2021. We'll take a short break, but up next, we'll focus on the rupee, which has reached 84 for the first time. Welcome back. Well, let's shift focus away from the equity markets and talk about the currency markets. The rupee has breached $84 per dollar mark for the first time ever. And in fact, it fell as low as 84.1 in terms of depreciation before there was some amount of dollar selling. Lata's here to explain what's resulting in the weakness in the Indian rupee.
Well, it's quite a headline when the rupee crosses 84 and goes lower to 84.10 to buy a dollar, because it's been in this 83 to 84 range for over a year now. And 84 was seen being protected by the Reserve Bank for a long time. Whether they intended it as a mark, we don't know, but it seemed to recoil from that level. But today it crossed beyond, and at 84.10, we saw dollar supplies coming in. So dealers are suspecting that now Reserve Bank is protecting the 84.10 mark. Of course, their usual stance is they only remove volatility and come in when there is too much of a one-sided movement. Now, the chances are that the moment you went beyond 84, a lot of people who are sitting short dollars would have come and covered. And therefore, that 84.10 would have came very swiftly once 84 got crossed. And that's why perhaps the Reserve Bank intervenes to ensure that there isn't too much of one-sided movement. Now, why is this panic? For one, we know that over the weekend there are some important events lined up, important uncertain events lined up. The first is the Chinese press conference, where they may detail some fiscal steps. Now, if they are fairly strong enough, then you could see a greater amount of foreign money going into Chinese stocks. As we have seen, foreigners have been huge sellers in the month of October, and that could get accelerated, which is one reason why the rupee is on a weak wicket. The other one is a possible attack of Israel on Iran that has already taken crude closer to the $80 mark and even crossed once. So there is again that fear. We are seeing crude rising, and that's also leading to pressure on the rupee. And a third factor, which combines both, dollar index itself has strengthened. And we are seeing many currencies weakening against the dollar. Who is to say that there cannot be a little more strengthening of the dollar? Of course, the latest bout of strengthening of the dollar was because the inflation number came in higher than expected in the US. And that led to at least one FOMC member saying that you can even pause in November. That also led to a bit of a strength, the dollar, leading to rupee weakness. Now the question in the market is 84.10 the new 84 as far as the RBI is concerned? Will they support that level? We will have to wait and see. Too many uncertainties are packed in over the weekend. Nobody will want to go with long rupee positions over such a weekend.
Okay, all right, Lata. Thanks very much for that. So 84.1 was the low point of the day currently for the rupee against the dollar. Let's see whether it manages to stabilize at these levels. For now, we need to take a short break, but we'll get you a lot more on the markets once we're back. Stay tuned.
बहुत ही संवेदनशील व्यक्तित्व थे। जीवन भर उन्होंने टाटा ग्रुप को तो बड़ा बनाया ही, टाटा ग्रुप को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पटल पर एक अलग ही पहचान बनाई, भारत की पहचान बनाई विश्व में, अपने ग्रुप को विश्व भर में बढ़ाकर। लेकिन साथ ही साथ उनके जो दानवीर चरित्र था, हर प्रकार से, हर किस्म से, हर अच्छे काम के लिए वो तत्पर रहते थे। कभी ऐसा कोई व्यक्ति नहीं होगा जिसने कोई उनसे अच्छे काम के लिए मदद मांगी हो और उन्होंने ना किया हो।
भारत का कोहिनूर रहा नहीं, हमसे बिछड़ गया है, ऐसा मैं कहूँगा। और रतन टाटा जी हमारे में नहीं रहे, ये बहुत ही वेदनादायी दुखद घटना है हमारे लिए, पूरे देश के लिए। पूरे देश का एक अभिमान था, हमारे महाराष्ट्र का भी अभिमान था। लाखों लोगों को उन्होंने उद्योजक बनाया। उनकी इंडस्ट्री बहुत पुरानी है और ऐसे टाटा कंपनी के वो सर्वे सर्वा थे और आज मैं यही कहूँगा कि उनको देखकर लोगों में ऊर्जा आती थी, प्रेरणा आती थी और वो हमारे महाराष्ट्र और हमारे भारत देश का अभिमान है, स्वाभिमान है। उन्हें हमारे सरकार ने उद्योग रत्न पुरस्कार, उनको कई पुरस्कार मिले, पद्मश्री, पद्म विभूषण और जो भी पुरस्कार उन्हें मिले उनको देने से उस पुरस्कार की ऊंचाई बढ़ गई। ऐसे उनका कर्तृत्व था। मैं उनको महाराष्ट्र सरकार की ओर से और महाराष्ट्र की तमाम 12.5 करोड़ जनता की ओर से भावभीनी श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ। उनका आदर्श लेकर आगे बढ़ना, उनके आदर्शों पे चलना, यही उनके लिए सच्ची श्रद्धांजलि साबित हो सकती है।
रतन टाटा जी ये एक बहुत ही सफल उद्योगपति तो थे ही, लेकिन उससे भी बड़े व्यक्ति के रूप में हम उनको देखते हैं, क्योंकि जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने देश के लिए और समाज के लिए काम किया है, उन्होंने केवल सफल उद्योग नहीं खड़े किए, एक विश्वासार्हता खड़ी की, एक ऐसा ब्रांड खड़ा किया जिसने हमारे देश को एक ग्लोबल इमेज दी और उसके साथ साथ अपनी संपत्ति को टाटा ट्रस्ट में विलीन करते हुए उन्होंने इस विश्वस्त
Welcome back. Well, for the markets, we have the Nifty, which is at around 24,950, so down around 49 odd points. Just want to point out a couple of stocks which are showing a lot of traction within the Midcap index. So despite, the Midcap index just about higher by around 100 odd points, to watch out for a couple of stocks such as Newland Labs, which is at the high point of the day. It's up around 11 odd % at this point in time. It's rallied around 15% this week itself and up around 160% this year. So there is something which is keeping that stock alive in today's trading session, maybe some amount of opportunities from the API space. Spark is the other one, which is the R&D arm of Sun Pharma, which is up around 7 odd %. We have JM Financial, which is up around 5.4%. So that one's doing well. In fact, IIFL Securities, 361 WAM, all of these stocks within that space are doing well, up around anywhere between 3 to 4%. Well, with that, it's a wrap on Halftime Report. Business Lunch will take all the action forward.
से जिस प्रकार के फिलेंथ्रोपिक काम उन्होंने किए हैं, चाहे वो शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में हो, चिकित्सा के क्षेत्र में हो, रिसर्च के क्षेत्र में हो, बुनियादी क्षेत्र में हो, समाज और देश के उपयोगी जो कार्य उन्होंने टाटा ट्रस्ट के माध्यम से किए हैं, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि जितने महत्वपूर्ण उनके उद्योग है उतने महत्वपूर्ण ये कार्य भी है। इसीलिए एक बहुत बड़े मन का व्यक्ति आज हमारे बीच से चला गया है। देश के लिए ये बहुत बड़ा नुकसान है।
अब ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी का फ्यूचर भारत से जुड़ा हुआ है। भारत की ये आर्थिक प्रगति नए अवसरों को लेकर आ रही है। आज महाराष्ट्र को 10 मेडिकल कॉलेज की सौगात मिल रही है। नागपुर एयरपोर्ट के आधुनिकीकरण और विस्तार का काम, शिरडी एयरपोर्ट के लिए एक टर्मिनल बिल्डिंग का निर्माण, आज इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से जुड़े इन 2 अहम प्रोजेक्ट्स का शिलान्यास भी हुआ है। मैं इन सभी विकास कार्यों के लिए महाराष्ट्र के लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Stocks are sluggish on the final trading day of the week as the high US inflation print and China's planned stimulus announcement this weekend keep the street on the edge. Metals and healthcare clock gains, even as financials and autos are the big drags.
The rupee breaches the 84 per dollar mark for the first time and fell as low as 84.10 before the dollar selling came in. Dealers say the dollar selling by RBI at 84.10 per dollar.
CNBC TV 18 learns that Noel Naval Tata is likely to succeed Ratan Tata as the next chairman of the Tata Trust. Melly Mistry is also likely to be made a permanent trustee of the board. The succession has high significance as the Tata Trust indirectly owns significant stakes in the group's businesses.
TCS misses expectations on margins and profits even as revenue come in line with expectations. Client-specific issues, weak discretionary spends and challenges in UK and Europe affected the growth in the quarter.
RBI's nod for the appointment of Partha Pratim Sengupta, an SBI veteran and the former MD and CEO of Indian Overseas Bank, as the new CEO of Bandhan Bank comes as a fillip for the stock. The approval of additional claims under the loan guarantee scheme only adds to the optimism. The stock is up 10%.
Hello, good afternoon. You're watching Business Lunch on CNBC TV 18. I'm Vinny Motiwala. With me is Hormaz Pataki as well. Hormaz, very good afternoon to you as well. Subdued day coming in for the markets. Not much of an excitement. Nifty, Sensex, you can see a bit of a red and a green, a mix this day.
All waiting for the weekend, isn't it? And the benchmark indices is showing up there on the screen as well. The Nifty now around the mark of 24,950 is where the index lies yet again, not able to sustain at the highs of the day, not able to sustain at that mark of 25,000. So we're making lower highs now on the charts. We made 25,234 on Wednesday, 25,134 yesterday, and we have failed to even cross 25,050 this afternoon in today's trading session. A major part of those losses are coming from the banking indices, and the Nifty Bank is the principal culprit in today's trading session, almost 0.7% lower. It's slightly recovering from the lows of the day, but still almost 400 points down. No follow-up buying after a relatively good session that we had in yesterday's trade. But the Nifty Bank is the big underperformer. What's doing well, though, are metal names, pharma names, and the broader markets, too, seeing some bit of green in today's session.
Absolutely. Broader markets, you could say, outperforming at least the benchmark indices. Some bit of a green the Nifty made, and the small cap, look at them, both of them managing to hold on to gains. On the screen, Nifty Midcap, as of now, almost 0.2% of gain for Midcap. Small cap also holding on to decent number of gains there. Let's also look at some of the individual names. We have Bandhan Bank, that's holding on to strong gains. We have BSC, Page, as well as Exide Industries, which are managing to hold on to good gains in the broader markets. While the Nifty Pharma names, you have something like a Newland Lab that's holding on to gains. Walkhard, as well as Strides Pharma in the Pharma pack that are managing to hold on to gains. But let's move on. And the Tata Trust board that will be meeting today in Mumbai to discuss the succession plan following the demise of Ratan Tata. Sources say that Noel Tata is likely to be appointed as the chairman of the Tata Trust, while Melly Mistry is also likely to be made made a permanent trustee on the board of Tata Trust. Let's go across and go across to Vamakshi to get in more details of that and what are we understanding.
Well, absolutely, Vinny. Who is Noel Tata? That's the big question right now. He is actually the son of Naval Tata and Simone Tata. He is the half-brother of ex-chairman of Tata Group, Ratan Tata, and Jimmy Tata. And in fact, he is already on the boards of Sir Ratan Tata Trust and Sir Dorabji Tata Trust. These are very influential trusts within the Tata Group, and they control majority stake in Tata Sons. Now, let's look at how his career has spanned over the last couple of years. He began his career at Tata International, which is the Tata Group's arm for products and services offered abroad. In June 1999, he became the MD of Trent, which was founded by his mother. He served as the MD for Trent for 11 years and later took over as the company's chairman in 2014. Now, under his leadership, Trent has grown from one store in 1998 to around 850 plus stores now. It is in fact the fourth largest company in as per market cap in the Tata Group. In fact, its financials too have grown, have seen a tremendous growth, from a revenue of around 50 crores in FY 2000 to around 12,277 crores in FY 24. The net profit too has seen a very significant surge. Noel Tata developed Westside, turned it into a profitable venture. He was also responsible for turning Trent into a 1,000 crore company. He then launched a slew of brands, which includes Sisley and Zara in India. He was responsible for a JV with Tesco to operate some brands under the banners, including Star Bazaar, Star Daily, Star Market. Trent also underwent a remarkable transformation with Zudio, which was introduced in 2016. And now within 8 years only, Zudio has grown to 545 stores across 164 cities. Now, currently, let's also look at his roles within Tata Group companies. He is the chairman of Trent and Tata Investment Corporation. He is the MD of Tata International and the vice chairman of of Titan as well as Tata Steel. In addition to that, his personal life also ties him closely to the Tata Group. Keep in mind that he is married to Alu Mistry, making him the son-in-law of Palonji Mistry. Keep in mind that Palonji Mistry is the single largest shareholder in Tata Sons, and therefore this further solidifies his position as a key figure in the group's governance. So that is about Noel Tata. Back to you in the studio.
Indeed, Vamakshi, thanks a lot for that. But what is the Tata Trust and why does the next chairperson at the Tata Trust matter? Vivek is joining in with all of that. Vivek.
Well, you're absolutely right. This has been the key event to track ever since the sad demise of Ratan Tata. Number one, what are the Tata Trusts? What is Tata Sons? And what will be the impact on the shareholder of Tata Group companies? First up, let's understand what is Tata Sons and why is it that we're tracking this particular entity. It's a principal investment holding company and the promoter of the Tata Group companies. 66% of the equity share capital of Tata Sons is actually held by philanthropic trust. Ratan Tata was the chairman of the Tata Trust. Now, the Tata Trust mainly comprised of Sir Ratan Tata Trust and Sir Dorabji Tata Trust, and they own a little over 51.5% stake in Tata Sons. Now, talking about what happens next, there are 13 trustees in total across 2 trusts. 5 individuals are common trustees. The names will appear on your screen. Former Defense Secretary Vijay Singh, Venu Srinivasan, Noel Tata, that's something that Vamakshi just spoke about, Meli Mistry, as well as Darius Kambata. And going forward, the key clarity needs to emerge as to who will be the next chairperson of Tata Trust. Remember, the chairman will be elected through the majority consent of amongst the trustees. Now, what is at stake? Remember, Tata Sons has significant holding across all of the Tata Group companies, and among the Tata Group companies, there are significant amount of companies which are very large listed players, quite a few of them who are also part of the Nifty 50 index. So names like TCS, where they have over 71% stake, Tata Motors over 40% stake, Trent, Tata Power, Titan, Tata Steel, Indian Hotels. Remember, all of these companies have market capitalizations of more than 1 lakh crore. And in total, Tata Sons controls over 16 lakh crore as far as the Tata Group listed entities are concerned. So that is what is at stake, as to who exactly will become the next chairperson of the Tata Trust and what is the kind of control they will have over the listed universe.
Absolutely, Vivek. Surely it's going to be an important one to watch out for. Thanks so much for that. But let's also hear out what Kumar Mangalam Birla and former Tata Sons board member R. Gopalakrishnan had to say on how Ratan Tata simplified the structure of Tata Sons.
Before he came in, the Tata Group was more a constellation of companies. I think he after coming in, actually pulled them together. They became a true conglomerate in the true spirit after his coming in. So that was, I think, his first real impact in terms of the change he brought about in the Tata Group. I think that he probably had far more constraints to be able to do that. He had an old guard, which was fiercely independent, if I can call it that. But I think he did all of that. He took his own time, but he did that rather well. And I think these are processes and institutions that are alive and kicking even today. So I think in my eyes, he did all the right things. He had a fairly kind of a scattered set of companies when he inherited them. And I think that he leaves the group a much more cohesive, united conglomerate than when he inherited it.
Well, that's, of course, Mr. Birla talking to us from yesterday. Well, let's welcome in Shailesh Haribhakti. He's chairman at Shailesh Haribhakti Associates. He's, of course, served on the boards of many companies, sort of tracks corporate governance issues very closely, and, of course, weighs in on important corporate stories as well. Mr. Haribhakti, good to have you with us here, sir. Prashant this side, and it's good speaking with you. It's been a while. So, we just reported some time back that and this is, of course, source-based, and this will have to happen, I mean, as we understand it today, that Noel Tata is set to take over from Mr. Ratan Tata as the chairman of Tata Trusts. So I just wanted your first thoughts on this story.
I think it's no longer a story, no longer a speculation. I think Noel Tata is the heir apparent, and we should see that before the day ends today. That he will very much be taking charge of the Tata Trust. I think it has come out of a very well-considered kind of succession plan that has been laid out. And I think the manner in which the structure has worked is now showing the fantastic advantage that it has for continuity, for making sure that the legacy stays, for making sure that the fantastic reputation that the Tata Group has globally will continue to be enhanced under a new set of leaders. And in my humble opinion, I think Noel will do a fantastic job. He's one of the most kind-hearted, people-oriented, trusting person who brings everybody in a meeting together, takes the sense of the meeting, and without being too forceful, make sure that the common point of view is carried forward in terms of action. What is exemplary is the way that he has led Trent. And we all know that it recently entered into the main index, quite deservedly so. And I believe that his leadership at the Tata Trusts will carry on the legacy of fantastic work that the Tata Group is known to do.
I have two questions, Mr. Haribhakti. Do you think this is, as you suggest, this is a mere formality in that sense? He's heir apparent. That is one. Second, so it'll be obviously unanimous in that sense. And second, I remember, when the unfortunate tiff which happened, when Ms. Mistry was there and Mr. Ratan Tata himself, I think I remember you'd weighed in at that point and you'd kind of raised questions about giving charge, but giving ownership, not giving ownership in that sense. Do you think this is now going to go smoothly, or because this was a change? Earlier, it was always the same person who headed Tata Sons and Tata Trusts, but of course, it changed when Mr. Ratan Tata crossed the age limit, and then sort of he was made chairman emeritus, and he took over and stayed on at trusts. So I just wanted to get your sort of sense on this, because you've tracked this and you've commented on these issues before as well.
Yeah. No, I think that there will be an absolutely smooth transition. No feathers will be ruffled. I think the maturity with which N. Chandra has led Tata Sons and the amazing performance of the group under his leadership will make sure that nothing changes there. And I think quite appropriately, Noel will take charge of the trusts without wanting to dominate, because that is not his nature at all. His nature is one of making sure that things grow, that things become better, that there is a continuous improvement that will happen under his charge. So I don't see any ruffling of feathers. I don't see any problems in the continuity. In fact, I see the Tata Group continuing its fantastic march ahead.
Mr. Haribhakti, do you know Mr. Noel Tata personally? I mean, have you interacted with him? Because you and can you give us?
I have.
Because he's obviously a very private man. You don't see very many interviews in print or on TV. I mean, as you said, he's the man behind Trend, and that is, of course, done what it has. But we don't hear from the Trend team as well. We recently spoke with the operational team for a brief bit, but nothing too specific. It's been a fantastic story. But go on, sir.
No, I had the privilege of serving under him as chairman on a board of our common friend many years ago. And that is the experience that I can never forget, that he was an exceptional person, great leader, would never dominate, would bring about consensus exactly the way a good chairman should. And that is why I have very fond memories of those few board meetings we had. Unfortunately, that common friend met with an accident and he's no longer with us. But I still remember the amazing way in which he would come prepared for the meeting, get the sense of the meeting, make sure that everybody's respect was maintained, the voice was heard, and I feel he will be an exemplary leader.
So we should expect longevity and continuity, right? Both at trusts and at Tata Sensex, because when Mr. Chandra took over, I mean, the general sort of understanding was that, I mean, he is in that sense a young man, right? So he has that, he could sort of run Tata Sons as an entity for the next, say, decade, maybe more. And now you have Noel Tata at a trust level as well. So continuity in that sense?
Absolutely. And an amazing positive set of circumstances where we have a thorough professional to take the business leadership. We have an amazing human being taking charge of the trusts, making sure that their philanthropic objectives are fulfilled, continuing to lead the companies that he leads so brilliantly. He's, as we are all aware, also on the boards of various other Tata companies and has served with amazing distinction in each one of them. And so I think we are going to see very positive trends coming out of this succession. But I would like to say that I must wish Noel all the very best in this fantastic assignment that has, by circumstances, come to him. But I also want to pay homage to the fantastic person that Mr. Ratan Tata was, and publicly acknowledge that the whole of India felt lost by his passing.
All right, Mr. Haribhakti, we'll leave it there for now. Very well put, sir. Thank you very much for joining us with those thoughts and those sort of ideas. And we'll sort of course, ask you to join us once again once the announcement. As you said, he's there a parent, and of course, it's going to happen as a matter of formality. But when it actually does happen, if you can hear me, Mr. Haribhakti, we'll have you back again to take this forward and maybe a little bit more. Thank you once again, Hormuzwini.
Thanks a lot for that, Prashant. And that was a very interesting conversation there with Shailesh Haribhakti. Time for a short break. Up next, more news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Make informed decisions with comprehensive analysis on the go.
Strengthen your portfolio with real-time market updates on the go.
Create effective strategies with insightful expert opinions on the go.
Grow on the go with CNBC TV 18, now streaming live 24/7 on YouTube. How about listening to global market maestros before crafting your investment strategy? How about getting deep insights into their businesses from top Indian honchos before putting your money on the line? How about making every trading day profitable with strategies from the market masters, macro pundits, and chart wizards? Only one show gives you a head start to your trading day. Get ready to profit. Get ready for business with Bajar at these times on CNBC TV 18 and CNBCTV18.com. CNBC TV 18, an unending pursuit for excellence. A pioneer, a leader, a visionary, building a lasting legacy of credibility, consistency, and trust. Giving unparalleled access to global thought leaders and powering conversations that are shaping the new world order. Setting the highest standards through exemplary leadership. It is this unrivaled reputation for the most comprehensive coverage, actionable intelligence, and in-depth reporting that makes CNBC TV 18 India's #1 business news brand. Foreseeing change, growth, and transformation for over a quarter of a century. Trendsetters crafting innovative content formats. And award-winning business journalism. On air, online, on social media. As we embark upon 25 years of excellence, we invite you to be a part of our future. CNBC TV 18, your trusted partner and investment ally.
What does it take to build India's largest startup?
Welcome back. The Navi Mumbai International Airport achieved a key milestone today as an Indian Air Force C-295 aircraft successfully landed as part of a trial before the airport opens for commercial flights, potentially in March of next year. Madhya is joining in with more. Madhya, big day for the Navi Mumbai International Airport, something that has been in the works for decades now.
Well, it's a big day for the Navi Mumbai International Airport. It's a sunny day as well. And behind me, what you're seeing is the Indian Air Force C-295 transport aircraft, which is manufactured by Airbus. The aircraft landed today successfully at one of the 2 runways of the Navi Mumbai International Airport. And this is an exercise to prove the readiness and capability of the airport. The airport is not operational yet. The Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, Minister of State Muralidhar Mohal were all present to witness the landing of the IAF transport aircraft. Speaking to the press, the Chief Minister said that this airport will start commercial operations by March or even before that. Remember, this is a very big development for Mumbai and for Maharashtra. We only have one airport in Mumbai, and this second airport will be a big boost even for the Maharashtra government as the state heads for elections. Speaking to the media, the Chief Minister said, "Hum taiyar hai flight ke liye bhi aur fight ke liye bhi." So definitely an important milestone for Maharashtra as well as the Navi Mumbai International Airport.
Okay, thank you so much for that update there, Madhya. But let's move on, and actually we'll slip into a very short break. Don't go anywhere because we'll bring you more news and updates after this break.
It takes a journey of starting out as an unknown and ending up as unforgettable. It takes more than 2 decades of celebrating the most influential and influencing the most celebrated entrepreneurs. From chronicling the stories of India's startup universe to becoming a success story in itself, as India's longest running show on startups and entrepreneurship, celebrating 21 action-packed years of building India's biggest startup community. Young Turks at 21, only on CNBC TV 18 and cnbctv18.com. CNBC TV 18's most comprehensive and award-winning news show, India Business Hour, drops first on YouTube. So get the first access to the most influential architects of policies and politics, the key news makers of the day. Discover the big themes as we decode the business of markets, macros, and more. Be the first to go to the heart of all the top stories that drive the day's agenda. Catch the award-winning India Business Hour live every night on YouTube with me, Shireen Bhatt.
India Business Hour live on YouTube at CNBC TV 18 weeknights at 7 p.m.
There is absolutely no evidence that this man thinks about anybody but himself. I've said it before. Donald Trump is a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. President Biden and Vice President Harris were down there meeting with local officials and comforting families, asking how they could help. And Donald Trump at a rally just started making up stories about the Biden administration withholding aid from Republican areas and siphoning off aid to give to undocumented immigrants. Just made the stuff up. Get off your couch and vote. Put down your phone and vote. Grab your friends and family and vote. Vote for Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
Investing.
Welcome back. You're watching Business Lunch on CNBC TV 18. A quick look at the markets. Recovered from the day's lowest point, but still behind the 25,000 mark is what we're seeing. The Nifty is trading at. So yes, we're... Okay, so we do have the latest update coming in that Noel Tata has been appointed as the chairman of the Tata Trust. So yes, that's the word we were talking about just a short while ago, and that has come in, Horma. So big update on that front that we're watching out for.
Big news coming in indeed, and the Tata Trust has unanimously elected Noel Tata as the chairman of the Tata Trust. Remember, the Tata Trusts were to meet today to discuss the succession plan after the demise of Ratan Tata, and then confirmation now coming in that Noel Tata has been appointed as the chairman. We were just in conversation with Sailesh Haribhakti, and he was also mentioning that Noel Tata is a man who takes consensuses, takes sense of meetings, and takes people along as well. So he will be the heir apparent, and he is the right choice for the leadership role here at Tata Trust. So big news indeed coming in.
Absolutely. And, previously when he spoke to HP Ranina also, he similarly mentioned that, there's not going to be any doubt or concern about that Noel Tata is going to be coming. That's the word coming in as well. So, that is interesting that we're keeping an eye on Noel Tata. He's had a good run with, the Tata companies as well. And he was the heir to that. And absolutely, that announcement coming in, looking at all the Tata stocks right now as well. We're keeping an eye on that. But Noel Tata surely has been appointed as the chairman of the Tata Trust. And Noel Tata is someone who we will, obviously keep a watch on. He's had a good run with the Tata Group as well.
Indeed, and it was anticipated. It was in anticipation. We will be joined by Shireen soon. Prashant will also be joining in with more on this. So, but the news of the hour is that Noel Tata has been appointed as chairman of the Tata Trust. So it was expected that the decision will be unanimous. HP Ranina, we spoke to him earlier, as Vinny was just mentioning, that there will be absolute consensus in this meeting to appoint Noel Tata as the chairperson of the Tata Trust. That there were two meetings that were supposed to be held today by the Tata Trust, one to pay homage to Ratan Tata and of course to appoint the chairman, and Noel Tata has now been appointed as the chairman. News break confirmed. Prashant is joining in with more.
I'm tempted to say that maybe Mr. Haribhakti had an inkling, because he was sounding really saying that, well, it's almost happened, and maybe we should get him back, Mr. Haribhakti, and we can ask him now that it is confirmed. So if you're just joining us, Noel Tata appointed chairman of Tata Trusts, and looks like there were two sets of meetings, as you guys have been saying. One to pay homage to Ratan Tata, and of course the other one where Mr. Noel Tata has been appointed unanimously, and there are some more information coming in. We'll put this up. So there was clarity that any decision would need to be absolutely unanimous, and it was. The decision to appoint the chairman today, and this is coming in from Shireen, that it was keeping in mind Ratan Tata's approach of moving on, and even though Mr. Tata, of course, it's just been a day since Mr. Tata's passing, the fact that they've moved very fast, they've kind of kept the approach of Mr. Tata's in mind, which is to move on and look ahead and look forward. So that is the big information which is coming in. I think Mr. HP Ranina is with us. He was with us a couple hours back as well. Mr. Ranina, good to have you back. It's official, it's confirmed. I heard you back then as well. You were saying it will be done unanimously, and I think you said, take it from me, yes, it will be absolutely unanimous. So it's happened, sir.
Correct.
Go on.
That is how it was expected. That is how it has happened. And I think they made the right choice in appointing Noel Tata as the chairman of the Tata Trust, because he will keep a close liaison with the Tata company. And the Tata Trust and Tata companies have to work in tandem, as held by the Supreme Court in this recent decision last year when Cyrus Mistri's case had come up. So it is a good decision. I think it will be very good for the entire organization.
What should we expect from here, sir? Continuity? These are people who work together for a long time. So
absolutely. Total continuity, they will act in tandem. There'll be total harmony in the working. So I'm very happy that this has happened. And I'm sure that the Tata Group will has the best to come now, and will lead you to new heights, both under Mr. Chandrasekharan as the Tata Group chairman, and under Mr. Noel Tata as the chairman trustee of the Tata Trust.
Mr. R. Gopalakrishnan is also with us, former board member at Tata Sons. Mr. Gopalakrishnan, good to have you with us here, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. Your first thoughts, sir? Mr. Noel Tata, unanimously chosen as a leader of Tata Trusts.
Well, I didn't even know that, but if you say that he has been chosen, I'm delighted.
He has been, sir. We're reporting that he has been, yes.
But he is the chairman of the Tata Trust, all the trusts.
Yes, chairman of Tata Trusts, yes.
That's very good. I'm happy.
Have you?
Yeah.
Yeah. What should we expect from here, sir? As someone who's worked in the system, as the former board member at Tata Sons, I'm sure you would have worked with Mr. Noel Tata as well, right? You would have had interactions with him. Can you tell us?
Noel is a very, very nice and sensible man, and he's got his heart in the right place, and he will do wonderfully well for Tata. So I'm very happy for Tata Trust, and I'm sure Chandrasekhar will do what is right for the business.
We in the media, Mr. Gopalakrishnan, don't get he's a very private man, obviously doesn't, not very many interviews or any such. Even, of course, with the huge success of Trent more recently, could you said he's a very wise man, very nice, and could you tell us a little bit about his style of working? What can we expect for Tata Trust under him, sir, from here on?
Listen, Tata Trust is about charitable activities, NGO activities, and it has been set on a certain strategy and a certain path. And Noel Tata represents continuity. and he will take it on that path with all the business acumen and entrepreneurial acumen that he has acquired during his business career, which he has concluded in executive sense. He is now non-executive. He'll be able to add a lot of value to the trust, not different from his elder brother, Ratan Tata. So I think this is a very positive development. Okay.
Mr. Gopalakrishnan, good afternoon, sir. Shireen here. We were speaking yesterday about the possibility of this decision, and it is now official. What I am given to understand is that there were two meetings that took place this morning. One meeting of the trust to pay homage to Mr. Tata, and the second on the chairmanship decision. And, what my sources tell me that there was not even an iota of ambiguity in the decision made to appoint Noel Tata as the chairman. It was a unanimous decision, and there was consensus on taking this decision forward. Prashant, one of the other aspects that's important to point out, to just build out context, there was some conversation on whether this decision should be taken today, given the fact that we just had Mr. Tata's last rites being performed yesterday. But finally, the decision was that this is what Mr. Tata would have liked. His approach was to get on with decision making and to move on with life. And that is why the trust decided that they would take forward the decision on appointing Noel Tata as chairman today. So that has been the sequence of events as it has transpired. Mr. Gopalakrishnan, when we were speaking yesterday, you were talking about how when you joined the Tatas, you were mystified about how this structure works. But now, as a former insider with an understanding of how it does work, and now with the appointment of Mr. Tata, Noel Tata, to take things forward, business as usual and a continuity in the approach, you think?
Absolutely. I mean, earlier the trust chairman and the Tata Sons, the business chairman, if I may use that expression, was the same person. JRD was and Ratan was. And sometimes that could provide a potential conflict. Though they handled it, you could not leave that as a structure. So it's now very nice. We separated the NGO, not the NGO, what do you call it, the trust functioning from the business functioning, and this is wonderful. This is, you don't need to have a PhD in organizational structuring to know that it's that.
Yes, you're right in pointing out that was the amendment made to the Articles of Association, where the decision was taken post that bitter boardroom battle with Cyrus Mistry to separate the two positions of the trust as well as the Tata Sons chairmanship. And of course, as we know, N. Chandrasekharan was reappointed and does have a few more years now as far as his tenure is concerned as chairman of Tata Sons. Mr. Gopalakrishnan, it's always a pleasure, sir. Appreciate you joining us here on CNBC TV 18. Many thanks for your time today on this story that's developing, and of course the decision that has been taken, which is breaking on CNBC TV 18 this afternoon. Appreciate you joining us here.
Goodbye.
Mr. Ranina, let me come to you, sir. This is, of course, still source-based information that we are picking up, but yes. Two meetings took place this morning. One on the meeting to pay homage to Mr. Tata, and the other on the decision of appointing a successor. And Noel Tata it is, as was being speculated and as we were discussing earlier this morning, Mr. Ranina.
Yes, absolutely. I think the right decision, because Noel has been in charge of various important companies of the Tata Group, and he has been on the Tata Trust, so there'll be complete synergy between the Tata Trust and the corporate entities, and therefore this is the right decision. As I expected, this will be unanimous. There'll be no conflict, nothing. It will all go through very smoothly, and I think the best is yet to come for the Tata Group. Tata Group is going to prosper from and go by leaps and bounds. So I think it's a very good decision, good for the market, good for the shareholders, good for all stakeholders.
let me take that point across to Mr. Vallabh Bhansali. He joins us as well. Mr. Bhansali, thank you very much, sir, for taking time out to speak with us on a big day and a big story that's just broken on CNBC TV 18. I'm picking up from my sources, sir, that Noel Tata has been appointed. That decision has unanimously been taken by the Tata Trust to appoint him as the chairman after the demise of Mr. Ratan Tata. Your thoughts, Mr. Bhansali, on Mr. Tata's appointment?
Well, it is not entirely unexpected, Shireen, and one can be only happy about it. The way Tatas have functioned is that they shape people, and they shape Tatas. I mean, Noel was a born Tata, and so, he has been working very quietly in an area where they've had spectacular success. And so as I try and visualize him in the new chair or new position, I see that, okay, the qualities of simplicity, humility, the quintessential Tata character, is all over him. And his experience, they all will come from different backgrounds, but they all, had the chance to grow under the big trees. Mr. Ratan Tata under J.R.D. Tata and Noel Tata under Ratan Tata. So they work closely for very long. They have their own pattern of, you are part of this story, this company, that company or not, doesn't matter. So I see that the fact that part of retail, and he has done such an outstanding job of that whole business and related businesses, I think gives me great happiness and hope that the amazing story of the Tatas will flourish under him.
Mr. Bhansali, you picked up on something that I remember Mr. Ratan Tata told us in an interview, and he said that it doesn't matter, that he believes that the group would change in its complexion and its aspiration, but the one thing he hoped would remain intact were the values that drive the group, the integrity and the sense of trust and the values that have driven the group. With Noel Tata coming in, as you pointed out, so there will be a passing on of the baton, but more continuity in terms of approach, you think?
See, it is hard to say, and it's also unfair that I think someone who sits on such a big position must have the benefit of own vision, own preferences. And as long as it comes from a sense of purpose for which Tata have stood for, more than 130, 40 years, I think that's what matters. That has worked for them. That has worked for the country, society, community, etc. And I think that is very important because there are very few enterprises who eventually are able to practice that. It's a spiritual thing almost, because it's easy to talk about purpose, but unless your purpose is really broad-based, people don't recognize it as purpose. It's always a business objective defined in, whatever language, etc. But there's a deep purpose for which they have been, committed and worked now through generations. So I think that purpose gives you the direction, which is, of course, shaped through the prism of the person, the times, the opportunities, etc. And therefore, I would say that as long as that's what I meant when I said that you are groomed to be a Tata. And what you said, what qualities that we talked about, they are essential to being a Tata. And I think Mr. Noel Tata is full of them. I wouldn't want to impose one approach or the other. Let him take, he has been seeing all this. Now he's a mature person. He has seen all this, go through ups and downs, etc. So I'm sure he's going to bring some wonderful perspective.
I think that's very well put and very well articulated, Mr. Bhansali. You're absolutely right in pointing that out. As someone who's observed both Mr. Ratan Tata as well as Mr. Noel Tata, and both have been, individuals who have chosen to fly under the radar. But if we could just focus a little bit on Noel Tata and the manner in which he has transformed the businesses that he's involved with, and you alluded to that in your opening remarks, your perspective on the rise of Noel Tata and the evolution of Noel Tata as a leader.
So, you are baptized by fire. They looked at the horizon. Retail was going to be a very big business. There were various approaches from, their cash and carry to, West Side and other areas. and how they've been very quiet about their business in retail. That's the remarkable part, that they haven't made big announcements and big objectives, etc. This has been under the radar, relative to the size of the group and what they could have been otherwise. We have seen some very big, noisy retail entries. And so from that point of view, I think it gives us a character of the person that he would rather work quietly than make big announcements. But focus on the customer. This is what matters in retail. And do it profitably. I think what's been remarkable about the work that he has done is that he has achieved profitability from very early days. So I think that gives us a character of the person to some extent. But the canvas now is very large. It's, as they say, of, salt to software, there's Tata. So all that now has to be tailored, has to be amended, or rather, I would not think that, you should look at Tata through retail eyes. He has to look at Tata now, with whatever is required, which, as I said, is that great sense of purpose and tradition. And I'm sure that he will do it.
That's right. Mr. Bantali, you brought up an interesting point that one will have to look at the tenure of Ratan Tata through the prism and the context of the times that he was operating in, and look at the choices that he made with that context as well. As you look at the Tata Group today, I mean, the sheer breadth and depth of the businesses that they operate in, as well as in the context of where India finds itself today, both from a domestic point of view as well as its role and relevance in the global economy. I mean, how would you, what to your mind will be the opportunities and challenges that Mr. Tata will have to weigh?
In a way, they have taken large bets on, what are the trends that are visible today. In terms of their partnership with, to make Apple phones or semiconductor or Air India or their whole emerging digital platform, which is, growing by the day. And of course, they have their traditional commodity businesses in terms of steel and chemicals and so on. So I think they are already well aligned to the trends that are visible today. What it will be in 20 years' time today is, I think nobody in the world can probably predict, because the world is changing so fast. But what I am trying to allude to is that if you are already a multidimensional organization, that means you are already, have the advantage of that many more horizons. If you are not in software, then, technology becomes that much more difficult and so on and so forth. So I think they are, and now either the emerging businesses of, making aircraft, and things like that, and defense. So I think they are well poised to take advantage of virtually anything that we can probably conceive of. If the nature of business itself changes tomorrow, what sort of disruption will happen is hard to say. But based on what I can see, I think they have a solid foundation in various aspects of our economy and the trends that we can see.
Mr. Bantali, thank you so much for so succinctly but comprehensively putting together your thoughts on the innings that Noel Tata takes over as the chairman of the Tata Trust, and what this means now as far as the source to software conglomerate itself is concerned. We truly appreciate your time. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us here this afternoon on this big developing story. Prashant?
Shireen, thanks very much for that. Very interesting to hear from Mr. Bhansali wrap up what his sort of big picture thoughts will be about Mr. Noel Tata and how he kind of sort of will lead Tata Trusts from now. And Shireen, as you said earlier, what is also amazing is the speed with which they've moved, right? And I think, as you said, there was a meeting earlier which paid homage to Mr. Ratan Tata, and the second one where Mr. Noel Tata has been appointed unanimously. So, as that line that I read, which is they've done this in line with Mr. Ratan Tata's sort of motto in that sense, to move on.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
That is what I was given to understand, that there was some debate and back and forth on whether a decision should be taken as early as today. But when it was very clear that this was a unanimous decision, and there was absolutely in the words that were spoken to me, there was not even an iota of ambiguity on the decision itself. Then the decision was that, look, let's get on with it. That is what Mr. Ratan Tata would have liked. He would have wanted, the decision to be taken and for the group and the trust to move on. And hence the decision to go forward with the appointment of Noel Tata as chairman today.
Absolutely. And, just it's a big story. If you're just joining us, Mr. Noel Tata appointed chairman at Tata Trusts. And this is, of course, the big story. And of course, I mean, the amazing thing with the group itself is the way this is structured. I think as Mr. Gopalakrishnan put it, one is, of course, the business side of things, which is Tata Sons. And then there is Tata Trusts, which controls 66% in Tata Sons. Which is, of course, the charitable arm, the group of charities, which is Tata Trusts. And, and now, of course, we've got Clarity Tata Sons, where Mr. Chandrasekharan is, of course, the chairman, and where at the trust level, Mr. Noel Tata is going to be a chairman. So this is what's coming through, and we'll continue to get you more perspective from people who've interacted with Mr. Noel Tata more than anything else. As we've been saying, he's been an intensely private man, has kept to himself through the rise of trend, and of course over his long business career as well. So we'll try and get you more on this in terms of the road ahead as we go along. So that's it for now, guys. Almost Vinny.
Thank you so much for that, Prashant and Shireen as well. Some important insights coming in. But the news of the hour, Noel Tata appointed chairman of the Tata Trust, as the late Ratan Tata would have wanted. The show must go on. And with that, we take a short break. More news and updates continue on the other side.
Start by talking to you about that. In Mr. Tata's own words, he said he would like to be remembered as someone who made a difference. Nothing more, nothing less. What do you believe has been the impact that Ratan Tata has had on India and on the House of Tatas?
Well, I think, Shirin, to start with, it is a sad moment to lose someone like him. But I think it's also a life to be celebrated. I think that very few people can make the kind of impact that he has made in one lifetime. His footprint, as you know, goes far beyond just industry. I think his legacy as a humanist, as a philanthropist, will probably be remembered even more than his legacy as just being an industrialist. I think that his ambition or his dream of making a difference, he's done more than one can imagine. To do that, to make a difference. He's made a difference to Indian, industry, to society, through all the charitable and philanthropic work that the Tatas do, some of which I know he was very involved with himself. All very quiet, didn't speak about it. You know that he was extremely low profile, shunned any kind of attention. And he was a true son of India.
Welcome back. Manisha Gupta is now joining in with Sriram Krishnan, the Chief Business Development Officer at NSE. Manisha, over to you.
Thank you so much for that. And Mr. Krishnan, thank you so much for joining us here at CNBC India. Well, NSE has completed 1 year in commodities. Congratulations to you on that. And how would you look at the year gone by? How has been the response for the products launched?
If I look back, the 1 year that we have gone through has been really, really satisfying. And I say that because commodities is a difficult segment for members to get enabled, for them to invest in getting those lease lines to enable connectivity, because co-location is not permitted in commodities. So it's taken each member about 5 to 6 weeks to get those lease lines, to get connected, to get their front office and back office ready for trading NSE commodities, and then to finally get the algo certification done, approvals done, and then go live. So it's been a bit of a stretch, but we are overwhelmed and really, really grateful for the kind of support we have seen from the ecosystem. I think the ecosystem players acknowledge that there is enough place for multiple exchanges to offer commodity products. And I think that's why they have invested and got ready to trade, to offer NSE commodities to customers.
Sure. Mr. Krishnan, that is a year gone by, but now what are you looking forward to in sense of commodities? What is NSE planning? Are there any new launches in the pipeline?
The 1 year has been a period of getting ready for the ecosystem. And in terms of certain milestones that we have seen in NSE commodities, we have seen intraday open interest peaking at about 600,000 barrels. We've seen more than 1 billion barrels being traded in the last 1 year. About 240 members have got set up already and live on NSE commodities. And I think more and more volumes are building up with each passing day. In times to come, we will certainly look to bring new products. I think it's time for us to look at the list of products enabled by the regulators to get the market feedback on which could be the best products for India in the next phase. I think in phase 1, the focus was on energy products, but in phase 2, we will broad base this a bit and see what the market requires. And very happy to support the market in every possible way.
Oh, sure. Mr. Krishnan, while the last 1 year has been very volatile for commodities, it is said that we are into a structural bull run for commodities. You talked about the volumes to us. Are you also now looking at metals, energy, any agriculture commodities that has been on your list that you would introduce on the exchange going forward?
If you look at the way the economy is shaping up and various sectors are gearing up, in the next several years, there's going to be a huge demand or a huge level of growth that we can expect to see in multiple sectors. And many of these sectors are, in fact, dependent on crude oil and natural gas. For example, you take plastics, or you take petrochemicals, or you take rubber or tire manufacturing. You take aviation fuel, petroleum, as the country is consuming more and more cars, automobiles, and so on. I think there's going to be a definitive demand for crude oil and natural gas. So that was the motivation for us to come out with the energy products first. But I think in times to come, many more sectors are going to grow, and they will require hedging options. At the moment, a lot of hedging happens outside the country. It's going to be our objective to make hedging options possible on the Indian exchange itself, which is the NSE. So, that's the motivation for us to get into this space and see what the market requires us to do next.
Surely. Mr. Krishnan also would want to know on what are the conversations with regulators at this point in time. And as you said, you want to grow the ecosystem of commodities within India, grow it as an asset class as well. So what is it that is being talked about, and what is the plan for the years to come?
We want to make it a really, really big segment. If you look at other countries, the developed countries in particular, commodities is a really large segment, sometimes larger than the equity space. And in India, unfortunately, that's not yet the case. And that's why we think there is a big opportunity for us to expand this segment and expand the market and benefit the market participants in terms of efficient hedging solutions on the Indian exchanges itself. So that's going to be the discussion with regulators on how we can contribute to the growth of the ecosystem in the commodity space, and how NSE, with its vast experience in equity derivatives, can not only replicate the technology, but also offer margin efficiency and bring in innovation into commodities too. That's going to be the theme of the discussions.
We get that. Mr. Krishnan, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations yet again in the last year of commodities for you. As you said, 240 members have joined in, and there's much more in pipeline in sense of participants, products, and commodity derivatives there. But with that, that's all the time that we have on the show. Your stocks will take all the action forward.
Hello and welcome to Your Stocks in the Mumbai News Studio. I'm Ekta Batra and with me is Vinny Motiwala. Well, it's turning out to be a session where we're just about consolidating for the frontline indices. We have the Bank Nifty, which has been under pressure. So no real uptick which has taken place for the Bank Nifty and no worsening which has taken place for the advanced decline ratio. So static is what you'd have to say today in terms of trade. We have the Midcap index, which is up around 100 odd points. Overall, a lot of stocks, however, buzzing around. So we have a lot to cover in the next 30 minutes in terms of queries coming in from viewers. Hi, Vinny.
Hi, Ekta. Good afternoon. From the broader market front, it's a good afternoon coming in. And we're watching out for pharma names. Let's keep an eye out on all of that. Newland Labs is buzzing in trade. We had Wockhardt Pharma also that is buzzing in trade. And a lot of mid-cap movers like something like an BSC is also in focus today. But let's get started with all the stock-related queries. And today joining in with us, we have our experts. We have Shaina Mukaddam, independent market expert, as well as Vaishali Parekh, head of technical research at Prabhudas Leeladhar, to answer all your stock-related queries. Vaishali and Shaina, both of you, very good afternoon. And Vaishali, just want to understand, before we end the week, we had a bit of a volatility this week. How are you looking at in terms of the markets, any levels that we should be keeping an eye out on specifically for the Nifty and the Nifty Bank?
Very good afternoon, ladies. Yes, so it has been quite a narrow range as far as the major index is concerned. So let's talk about Nifty to start with. I mean, well, it is continuing to be in a narrow range of 24,900 as support and 25,200 as resistance. And since 2-3 days, we've been observing that that is what has been happening. So unless and until we see a decisive move on either side, there will be a clarity as to which way the market is heading for. So even the advanced decline ratio, if we talk about, is quite flat. So is the case with volatility index. I guess it should continue to be in this range as far as Bank Nifty is also concerned. Yesterday we saw a good move coming in, but however now once again on near-term basis we would say 50,800 would act as support and 51,800 is a resistance. So it's a wait and watch scenario.
Okay, all right. It's a wait and watch scenario which is coming in. Well, let's get to our first query then. We have Sagar, who writes to us from Bangalore, holds 4,000 shares of Bharat Electronics, which is bought at around 299. So he's sitting on a loss at this point in time, wants to know what to do, whether he should book his loss or he should remain invested in this particular counter. Well, Shaina, over to you. What's your sense on this?
Well, I would suggest continue to hold. Despite him having made losses, I think he would recover it. The first quarter numbers were excellent. I expect even the second quarter to be good. In terms of valuations also, it is decent compared to the rest of the PSU pack. And the order book position is very healthy. So it's better to continue to hold on to the stock.
Okay, better to hold on to the stock is the word coming in from China. But Vaishali, on the technicals, how are you looking at Bharat Electronics? What's the word for this?
Well, the long-term trend is pretty much intact. We saw the recent high of 340 and now it did make a low of around 270 levels. It's attempting to show a bounce back. So depending on your time period as to how much he or she is ready to hold on, I think it's a hold for now, because once we see the stock moving about 290 and sustaining above, it's back on track for higher targets. So, and I would, this is in support with overall, if you see full defense pack, is showing a sign of a bounce back and attractive levels to buy. So I would say stocks like BEL, if it's not for trading perspective, continue holding and in fact keep adding in dips.
Okay. That's a word on BEL. Let's move on. And Akash T is writing to us from Patna. He's holding 50 shares of Nalco at a price of ₹30. Wants to know the future prospect of his investments. Shaina, I'm going to come to you because, obviously we heard a lot about the China stimulus points coming in. So overall, how should we play this stock especially? What should the viewer be doing now?
I would suggest that you can continue to hold the stock, because aluminum prices have actually moved up quite substantially, and this is despite not having any news immediately on the China Plus One, but that is definitely there on the cards, and Nalco is doing pretty well in terms of managing their balance sheet also. They've got good growth plans in place. So I would suggest Nalco as a hold.
Okay, you'd suggest Nalco as a hold. Vaishali, what about you?
So chartically, it's showing quite a robust move. So I would say the trend is so strong. And I would say now for near term, 205 would act as a stop loss. And I think the way the stock is moving, it's ready to go towards 235 to 240 for a short-term perspective. So I would say hold.
Okay, all right. Well, we now have Manoj Jain, who writes to us from Chennai. He holds 40 shares of Zomato, which he's bought at 70. He's asking if he can buy more shares at the current price. So he's currently sitting on a profit. His buy price was 70 odd rupees. He's asking if there's more upside from these current levels. Shaina, coming to you in terms of the fundamentals, do you think Zomato has seen a good amount of upside? Or do you think that there's anything about the fundamentals that could, possibly result in a further upside? And would you recommend a buy at these levels?
Well, see, Ekta, by itself, Zomato looks like a good bet, even in the long term, considering that it is moved into profits. Blinkit is doing well, expanding its spread. Having said that, I would continue to hold Zomato, but if I want to add to the sector, I believe you can keep, Swiggy, the IPO is there on the cards. And you can add actually Swiggy, which in my view, the valuations are slightly, will be better than Zomato at current levels in terms of their PE and other valuation parameters. So you can keep some powder dry for investment in Swiggy.
Sure. Okay. Vaishali, just a quick view from you on Zomato as well. Do you expect still a further upside?
Well, the stock Chartically is quite flat right now. So if someone has to add at these levels, I would say no, because market is quite vulnerable. Look for a opportunity to get into the stock at around 250 levels. That would be ideal. But contrary to that, if stock moves above 290, then it's back on a strong trend, and then one can look for a 300, 310. But ideal technical levels to get into the stock would be around 250, 55.
Okay, all right. Well, on that note, we need to take a break with the news that we have the markets in just about consolidatory mode, but the Bank Nifty underperforming. We'll take a quick break. Up next, more queries. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. You're watching Your Stocks, and we still have our experts with us, Shaina Makadam as well as Vaishali Parekh, to solve all your stock-related queries. This next query, we have a caller joining in with us this afternoon, Mr. Deepak Keshan, who's joining in with us from BR, and he has a query on PBR Inox. Mr. Deepak, can you hear us? And you can take your query on PBR.
Yeah, ma'am. I had purchased just 3 shares of PVR Inox around 1.5 years back. So the stock hasn't performed after that. It has consolidated in below the range, and I'm still holding it at a loss of around 22%. So I just wanted to know the long-term view for this, because I think it needs patience. But how long should I hold, to exit the stock or book profit, and what should be my strategy?
Sure. Okay. So it's a long-term query. PVR Inox purchased 3 shares at around 2,077 rupees. China long-term query. I'll take it to you. What should the viewer be doing now? We are not seeing that many lineup of movies, that have performed too well. What are we watching out for now, and what should they be doing with their stock?
Even if the investor had invested for 5 years, he would still not have made much money. In fact, it's only in the last 6 months that it's given a little bit of, up move. At the same time, I think this up move is largely priced into the current levels. The stock also has moved up. And basically, while the performance in FY24 was much, much better than FY23, I think, at current levels, it's still expensive. And if you're going to hold it for the long term, I think the overall technology is changing, so one cannot really extrapolate into, say, 5 years, 10 years. So you have to look at it for the shorter term, and for the shorter term, I think it is fully priced. The debt is very also high. So in terms of balance sheet also, I'm not very comfortable, and it's a very overowned stock. It's just held by a lot of mutual funds. So I would actually switch. I think there are better opportunities in the current market.
Okay, Vaishali, what would your thoughts be, considering that the stock has done modestly well as compared to other mid-caps in the past 6 months? But China is not, very bullish on the fundamentals at this point. Technically, how does it look?
So I totally agree. Actually, it has been hardly a momentum stock or hardly a strong trend. But I would still say that now he's holding, may as well hold for some more time, because right now it's just trying to breach the resistance levels of 1640. And if that happens and if it sustains, then I think he can look for a target of 1750. That could be the ideal level to exit. And if now it doesn't succeed to move beyond this, I think keep the stop loss of 1550 to exit.
Okay, all right. We now have Shashank, who writes to us from Bihar. He holds 30 shares of Prestige Estates, which he's bought at around 400 odd rupees. He's sitting on a good profit on that one, excellent profit, in fact. He's asking whether to hold or to exit at these current levels. Well, Prestige Estates has been a multi-bagger from the time Shashank has bought it.